you are all fine. First of all, let us express our gratitude to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the Almighty God, for His blessing and mercy, allowing us to gather here today in good health and spirit.
Secondly, may peace be upon our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from darkness into light.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining on the last day of summer school on Tropical Agribusiness 2025. I hope you are more enthusiastic about participating in the agenda this morning.
To start the summer school on tropical agribusiness today, let us begin this event by reciting Bismillah together.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Before starting our agenda, let me tell you about the agenda schedule for today. The first agenda is presentation from the speakers. The second agenda is assignment information. The third agenda is the announcement to participants who are the best SIs, the best participant, and the best active participant. And the last agenda is closing. Before that, let me introduce our moderator first. She is an undergraduate student from Agribusiness at Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Please welcome Miss Rizka Aulia.
Halo, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Alhamdulillah, praise to be Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala who has given you healthy and the opportunity to gather here on the final day of the summer school on Tropical Agribusiness 2025 with the theme Resilient Food System in the Tropics, Linking Biodiversity and Agribusiness. This time is very relevant because our tropical food system faces the challenge. Climate change, environmental degradation, global market competition, and increasing food demand. And to address this, biodiversity must be safeguarded, and agribusiness serve as the bridge to ensure research are managed sustainability and benefit society at large. And I'm Rizka Ardila, and I will serve as your moderator today. We will hear 5 inspiring presentation from our distinguished speaker. So let us begin. For the first speaker is Mrs. Dr. Ramisah Mosha. Are you here, Doctor?
Yes,
Hello.
Mrs. Khan.
Hello, Doctor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Okay, Dr. Ramisa, the topic safeguarding biodiversity plan genetic research for sustainable agriculture and agribusiness, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, Dr. Ramisa is not new to the summer school. Last year, she shared with youth gender in plan, yeah? And
Yes, remember.
and at the time, I was also honored to your moderator also. So,
Nice
yeah.
to see you again.
Nice to see you. So this feel like reunion, and I'm very happy to welcome her back this year. And Dr. Ramisa, you have 75 minutes. 50 minutes for your conference, your material, and 25 minutes for Q&A. Are you ready, Dr. Ramisa?
Inshallah.
Okay.
Can I share my presentation?
Okay. Sure. Time is your, Dr. Ramisa.
All right.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Rizka, can you see my presentation clearly?
Yes.
All right. So let's begin. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullah and good morning every participants in the summer school on tropical agribusiness by Prodi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Okay, so I'm Ramisa Muhammad Shah, a senior lecturer at Crop Science Program from Faculty of Food Science and Agrotechnology, University Malaysia Terengganu. And my area of expertise is agronomy and plant genetic resources. Okay, today I would like to provide like some insight about the topic of safeguarding the biodiversity, focusing on plant genetic resources for sustainable agriculture and also agribusiness. So today lecture is about the safeguarding biodiversity, where we will see why they are important, what we need to do, and what are the future direction for the plant genetic resources in the context of sustainable agriculture and also agribusiness. Okay, so this my outline for today. It's not too much. Don't worry. Hopefully, I can finish early because I do have meeting waited for me. So maybe I cannot use all the 50 minutes times provided. But we will try. We will try to hopefully get used to the time, and the participants can get some take home message from the topic. Okay, let's begin with the first introduction parts, where we can see here what is the biodiversity. People tend to talk much about the biodiversity. So when we get back to that, the biodiversity itself is actually the combination between the biological and also the diversity words. Okay, so that's why to be short, so we call it as biodiversity. And biodiversity is actually the variety of life on Earth, including plants, including animals, including microorganisms, including everything under the water. Okay, so that's all biodiversity. And why they are matters? Why they are? Why we need to safeguard them? Okay, why we need to take taking care of the biodiversity, because the biodiversity itself is the foundation. Okay, foundation in the food systems. Everybody eats, right? So everybody eats the biodiversity itself. Okay, so and also biodiversity is to ensure the resilience and the adaptation uh, in the human population itself, okay, and provides supports nutrition and also for the health of the population in the earth. Okay, so for today's focus is for the plant genetic resources, because I'm not going to talk about the fish or the microorganisms. So today we focus on plant genetic resources, and sometimes I might just to be short and just mention the PGR. So when I did mention the PGR, I means for the plant genetic resources. So when we look at the definition of the plant genetic resources itself, right? So the plant genetic resources means any plant materials, okay, any plant materials of the presence and the potential value for human in the future. That is plant genetic resources. So any plant materials, anything, okay, even maybe the plants nowadays you don't even recognize them. They are plant genetic resources. Okay, so who said that? Who gave the definition? Is by the FAO, by the Convention for Biological Diversity in 1992. So they given mandate and recognize that plant genetic resources are the any plant materials that can be present today and maybe have the potential value for the future human recognition. Okay, so all those eh, includes some plants in the slides. So I put this image with the number. I just want to ask the participants: Are you recognize? Are you recognize any of these PGR? You can type in the chat box. I would like to see some participation from the participants. Okay, maybe you can type one is what, two is what, if you know that. Come on, everybody. Cannot recognize them? Okay, which one with? Mr. Aiman Faris. Which one with? Number 6? Okay, number 1. Okay, thank you, Mr. Aiman. Next, anyone? Mr. Muhammad Kamaruzaman, number 6. Number 6 is what? Capsicum number 2. Yep, that's correct. Okay, number Mr. Aiman, correct. With number 1. JV capsicum number 2, yes. Mr. Kamaruzaman. Yep. Ready number 6. Where's the other? Mr. Lucky Firmansyah. Number 6. Mr. Aiman Coco number 30. That's right. What about the others? Number 4, papaya, yes, correct. What about the others? What about number 7? What about number 9? Number 11? Corn number 5, yes. Correct. Okay, so these are just a sampling of the crops that we can say that they are the plant genetic resources, and of course some of them hardly recognized. Okay, so most of them are beans. Okay, so they are beans. Number 8 is yam. Okay. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the participation. So, we continue to talk about the PGR itself. So, the PGR is the any plant materials that have the potential or the presence. Okay, then and they are includes all these materials, including the traditional varieties or what we call it as land races. Okay, land races. So the landraces itself is actually the plants that have been grown for the that have been grown by the farmers for a long time. Okay, for a long time. So they continuing growing the varieties by time to time. So they're not changing anything. They're not doing any breeding program. They're not doing any modification for the varieties. They just keep continuing growing those varieties in their farm. Okay, so all those varieties, okay, already adapt to the local environments. Okay, they already adapt to the temperature, to the irrigation, to the water, to the sunlight. Okay, so they have been developed, and also those varieties are passed down from generation to generations. These are just some examples, okay? So the collection of rice from Philippines, okay? The collections of maize from Mexico. Okay, where we can see diversity, the diverse of the the looks, even the morphological characters of the traditional varieties are different. Okay, so it's actually depends most of the time by the farmers. It's because they are the grower of the varieties. And compared to modern varieties, okay, compared to modern varieties is actually the improved or the commercial varieties that have been developed by scientific methods or any selective breedings. So they basically we can buy any modern varieties at any shop or any institution that have been released the varieties. For example, here is the um, wheat that has been land dresses from the farmers, and then um, continue to modify by the breeding program or any selective breeding. Okay, and finally we got a modern high yield cultivar that are totally different compared to the original land dresses. Okay, so that's the modern varieties. And finally, the crop, wild relatives, and wild plant. So what are these? These are actually the plants, okay, the plants that have relationship with the current varieties that have been used. Okay, for example, they might be have in the same genus. Okay, so for example, here we have four different potatoes, while relatives. We can see that they are totally different from what we can see from the potatoes nowadays. Right. Okay. So nowadays we can get the brown potatoes, large, but compared to this one, they are totally different. Some of them even in the yellow and also the green color. Okay, but these are actually the crop wild relatives. And these, okay, are six different rice wild relatives where we can see difference between uh, the Oryza sativa that have been used or that have been cultivated as our food. So most of them might not produce any green, any green diet that we can eat. But all these wild wild plant is important to be conserved because because we never know. But in sometimes in the near future, maybe we need to use any genes that present in those wild relatives. Might be those plants might have the resistant gene, might have the drought tolerant genes that can be transferred into our present varieties that have been used nowadays. Okay, those are all the plant genetic resources. Sometimes even they looks like the grass, right? So they are important. So the status of the PGR worldwide, what we have nowadays, okay. So in the world, we got around 3,000, is more than 3,000, nearly 400,000 total number of known species, plant species. Okay, about 6,000 that have been used for food and also for the agriculture. Okay, that's what present now. And only 9 species that have been concentrated for the global food production, including the maize, including the rice, wheat, cassava, potatoes, beans, soybeans, oil palm, okay, and beet, sugar beet or sugar cane. So we can see that our gene pool is still large. We need to be careful. Hopefully, we still can have this in the future. So this data have been published by, in 2020. So we're still waiting for a new statistic to see is there any reduction to this total PGR numbers in worldwide. So the second topic is the second part of this sharing knowledge is about the importance of the plant genetic resources. So you already know what they are, what are PGR. So basically, I think you get the general perception that the PGR is important because basically it provides the resources where we can use any resistant, any improved varieties that have been developed from this collection. Okay, from this collection. And also the PGR provide the wealth and also the food diversity. Without PGR, we cannot have diversity. Okay, we cannot have that. Where from this diversity, we can use them. Human can use them, animals can use them. They can provide us the fibers, they can provide us the food. Even they can provide us the medicinal content from the PGR itself. Okay, and also the PGR contributes to the economic growth. Okay, of course for the agribusiness, okay, we are using the raw materials from plant genetic resources, and it can open up any opportunities for innovation, for job, for food products to be created. And lastly, with the PGR, we can have the development of the recreation and also the ecotourisms. We can use plant genetic resources to develop any parks, any beautiful agrotourisms to be launched and to be used in the agribusiness part, and we can get the benefit out of it. Okay. So sustainable agriculture and the role of plant genetic resources in this big term. When we talk about the sustainable, it relates what the PGR means that I mentioned before. Okay, so plant genetic resources are any materials that present now and might be useful in the future. So when we talk about the sustainable, we're also talking about any presence and also in any future. We need to maintain that what we got in the present and also available for our future generations. So sustainable agriculture is about to meet our today's needs, right? Without we are harming or we are destroying any environment and also reducing any resources for the future generations. By saying that, we need to have the balanced productivity. We cannot overuse them. We need to control the environment. We cannot damage anything. We cannot throw any rubbish, any waste into our land or our place. Okay. So and also we need to balance the social and also economic benefits. We hope we've got any benefits here now, and also we hope any benefits also available for our future generation. And the role of PGR in this, of course, they are provide the diversity. Okay, with the diversity, we can breed, we can produce any better crops with high yield or whatever traits that we need. And by that, we support the soil health. We're doing the any crop rotation to maintain the soil, and we got the ecosystem balance. And the connection of PGR in agribusiness, of course, the agribusiness relies on the plant-based raw materials. Of course, in the food or in the feed for the animals, the fiber for the medicines, and also the biofuel. Nowadays, people keep talking about the biofuel. Okay, it comes from the plants, and all those materials come from plant genetic resources. Okay, so plant genetic resources give essential input for the innovation and also the competitiveness of the agribusiness. Okay, without PGR, okay, agribusiness might face big risks because without the PGR, we cannot produce any new varieties. Okay, and the plant that present nowadays might have um, vulnerable to the pest and also the disease, and cannot face the climate change. Okay, and this can disrupt or can stop supply chains and also limit the growth. So by saying that, we can say that plant genetic resources is the foundation of agribusiness, where we can get the raw materials, we can get the uh, support for innovation, for producing any new products or any plant materials to be used. Okay, by that we can see that plant genetic resources in agribusiness can contribute in the crop breeding industries, where from this we can get many seeds, new seeds to be sold, and many seeds to be distributed to the communities to grow, and finally we can get the product out of that. Okay, and also the PGR can be used in the functional food, where we can produce new products, new food product, and also nutraceutical. Okay, like now people all invest into the medicinal plant, okay, to produce like to but we can say that medicine, to be used by the human, and also for the cosmetic, okay, for cosmetic purposes. Okay, and the PGR can contribute to the new product innovation, creating the opportunities uh, for the uh, many areas of supply chain. Okay, for this, okay, when we talk about the sustainable agriculture and also agribusiness, to summarize that, we can conclude that the plant genetic resources provide the characteristic that we need. We need in any crops, where we can have the improved nutritional quality, we can have the high yield crops, we can improve the agriculture resources use, Okay, we can improve the biotic and also the abiotic stress tolerance. By this, we can continue to improve the wild crop or any varieties that we have nowadays into the better one, into the better varieties by using any methods by that are present. So by doing that, we can continue to add to the resources of the plant genetic that we have. Okay, anything that in the law should be conserved. Okay, we cannot throw anything because we never know that we might need them. Okay, so we already see the importance of the plant genetic resources. Now, I would like to share about the traits for the plant genetic resources. What are the traits? Okay, so for tropical biodiversity, as you know that we are in the tropical areas, okay, and tropical areas uh, is the hotspot for biodiversity compared to the other areas because of the suitable weather, the suitable environments that present in this area. So we can see that even from our region, Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, Philippines, we are rich in uh, plant genetic resources. We can see that we have lots of fruits. Eh? Uh, we have the tubers. So many different varieties. Okay, but all these are now under threat. What are the threat that um, limit those diversity? So the first one is the deforestation. Okay, so the deforestation means that we are clearing the land. Yeah, clearing the land, of course, for many reasons. But the first one might we need to clear the land because of the we need to open new cultivation field. Okay, we are clearing the lands might be due to the housing purposes. We are clearing the land because of we need to build the supermarket or mall. Okay, so for those reasons, we can see that now, okay, 20 million acres of the forest that has been lost due to those reasons. Okay, between the 1990 to 2020, and basically, 2,400 trees are cut down each minute. So we can imagine that maybe sometimes in the near future we can't even see any forest. Okay, maybe our future generation didn't know what are the forests. So that's the trend. When we clearing the forest, so the habitat loss, we are losing all those plant genetic resources that are present in the forest. Okay, the second one, the second one is the monoculture. Okay, what are monoculture? Monoculture is the process of cultivating single varieties, or single crop at the long time, for a long time. So by doing that, we can face the genetic erosion where we lost the genetic uh, characteristic from the gene pool, because we tend to only keep only one or only two varieties with us. Okay, so we are losing those traditional varieties. Of course, there are some limitation with the traditional varieties, but if we don't conserve them and we are continuing doing the monoculture process, we are losing everything. And also, even the new varieties itself might have um, problems in the near future, because if they are attacked by the pest and disease, maybe they cannot recover. They cannot recover, and and we already remove any other traditional varieties from our pool, from our resources. So what happened to the plantation, to the cultivation area? Okay, so at the end we might lose everything. So that's why we cannot simply doing the monoculture cultivation. We need to think of um, might we might combine with any other varieties at the same time. Okay, the last one, just like Miss Riska said before, and how the climate change and the disasters can reduce the or maybe given effect to the to to the agriculture. And of course the climate change give the stress, alter the habitats. And by saying that, because of the change, some place might getting hotter than compared to the usual. Okay, all those things change the habitat, or maybe the flood, maybe the tsunami happen, and uh, alter the place. That's why we are losing. They are become threats to the plant genetic resources. Okay, so the population can decline. We lost the diversity, and at the end, if we not conserve anything, everything become extinction. Okay, we are losing. That's why we need to conserve the plant genetic resources. Of course, for there are thousands reasons why we need to conserve. Just like we are what I have been explaining before, to reduce the extinction, to reduce the food security problems. Um, and of course, with those, the PGR comes with the cultural and also the traditional knowledge. When we are uh, reducing the traditional knowledge, we also reducing the traditional varieties or land races. It also comes with the traditional knowledge. Right? We're losing that at the same times. Okay? We are losing the traits and the varieties, and limit the innovation of the products. And second last part is how to conserve the plant genetic resources. Okay, there are we can divide them into two strategies. Okay, two main strategies, where we can say that the first one is the ex situ. Okay, the second one is the in situ. So ex situ is actually we are bringing out from the natural habitats. Okay, in situ, where we conserve them at their own location. Okay, that's the differences between ex and in situ. Okay, so the ex situ, there are many conservation techniques can be applied, where we most of the conservation projects conserve the seed. So many gene banks for the seeds. If you can, you can or maybe before this you hear about the gene bank or seed bank. All those are the storage of the seeds of plant genetic resources. Okay, so basically we uh, bring it out, okay, from the natural habitats, bring it out them and keep them into the storage. Okay, we are doing also the field gene banks, field gene banks, botanical garden. From the habitats, we bring some of the plants, we sample them, and then we grow them in the botanical garden. We can also doing the in vitro storage. If you happen to know about the plant, the tissue culture techniques, that is the in vitro storage. Okay, we can also keep the pollen. We storage the pollen. That's one of the technique as well. And nowadays, people talking about DNA, and even DNA storage. There is some DNA gene bank for the plant genetic resources. Okay, so these are some of the data where we can see nowadays we can have more than 5 million accessions. So accession is actually the ID, eh, the ID of the plants that have been conserved. Okay, that have been conserved. When we talking about the accessions, okay, that's the individual material that have been conserved in any conservation project, okay, or any conservation purposes. Okay, so more than 50,000 species all over the world in 700 gene banks in 103 countries. Okay, for the in situ compared to the ex situ, okay, uh, we can see that the strategies is more on the habitat itself. Okay, we cannot the in situ must be done in the habitat. So the techniques can be the genetic reserve or the forest. Okay, so in Malaysia we have some gazetted area where we can call it as forest reservations mandate by the minister. So all those areas cannot be entered without any permissions. Okay, so that's how the countries can limit, can reduce the threat of the deforestation from happen in the countries. So we have that, we have forests, and also we can also do the on-farm conservation. Okay, on-farm conservation have been done by the farmers itself. If the farmers knows or happen to join the project by the government. Okay, so normally the government give incentive for the farmers to do the on-farm conservation where they keep the traditional varieties at their own farm. Okay, and the last one, of course, the small scale conservation initiative by the home garden. Some people tends to have their garden at their house, so they keep using their own varieties. So that's how can individuals in the population can join, can enhance the plant genetic resources conservation intention. Okay, so basically the nowadays we can have 30,000 in situ conservation sites, okay, area where they are reported in 39 countries. Most of them uh, gazetted by the country itself. Okay, because these are basically the responsibility for the country's ministry power uh, area, right? Okay. So all those plant genetic resources that have been collected or maintained, okay, we can call it as germplasm. Eh? Some people like to use the term germplasm. Some people use the term gene bank, seed bank, DNA banks. Okay, but all those things are actually the germplasms. So these are the examples, the ex situ conservation project in the world. Okay, basically they call it as the doomsday seed vault. Okay, with the idea of if something big, something big happen in the world, okay, like disasters, like the war, okay, like all those bad thing happen. So we have this Swava Global Seed Vault that had been built in Norway. Okay, that have been built in Norway. Okay, so these are the long-term storage of the duplicates of seeds. Okay, so in the doomsday vault, in the vault, they are keeping the seeds. Okay, the seeds. So the seeds um, have been collected from every countries that have joined the initiative. Okay, basically most of the countries in the world join, but maybe one or two cannot present in the meantime. So, but most of them are there. Okay, so the seed have been kept in the aluminium pouch. Okay, in the aluminium pouch, and then put them in the boxes. Okay, and arrange them in the racks like this. Okay, so they are keeping them in the minus 18 degrees Celsius. So people, when they need to enter the room, they need to wear special outfit, okay, with gloves and everything. So not everyone can enter the vault. Okay, so there are duplicates of seats and keep here. So this is the very long term storage place. And nowadays, there is more than 1 million seed samples have been kept in the vault. Okay, so this another famous conservation place. We call it as Royal Botanical Gardens Kew. Okay, you can Google it. Kew Botanical Gardens is very famous place where they keep the Millennium Seed Bank project. Okay, more than 2.4 million seeds have been kept by the Kew Botanical Gardens in the UK. Okay, so these are some example of the in situ targeted areas where all these places conserve the crop wild relatives. Okay, so remember the crop wild relatives. Huh? So they are the close relatives to the our crop present now, and all this area in Costa Rica, they conserve the avocado. Eh? In India, they have the oranges. Palestine, they have the legumes. Syria, Turkey, Vietnam, and some other place that have been shown in the slides. Basically, those places have been gazetted for specific wild crop relatives species, and those places cannot be entered or cannot be um, people cannot just go and doing anything to this place, to this reserve. And on farm conservation, like I said before, doing by the farmers. Okay, so farmers join the initiative by the government, and when they kept all those varieties, there can be there is incentive given by the government. So these are the picture of the farmers in Greece where he conserved all those maize in their farm. So this is the happy story about the conservation incentive or conservation projects. Okay, so the Syrian, remember, Syria have been faced the war, and by that they are losing their own gene bank, ICARDA, or International Center for Agricultural Research in Dry Areas, ICARDA in Syria. So they are losing all those varieties in their gene banks, and luckily they have been deposit their seed duplicated in 2012. Okay, duplicated in 2012. So they have those seed, and they withdraw the seed from the Swava vault, and then grow them in Lebanon and also the Morocco. Okay, so they have now collection, the ICARDA collection growing from this project, and basically they can keep them back into the vault in 2020. Okay, so these are like very relief story when we talk about the gene bank, when we talk about the conservation projects. Okay, last one, the summary. Okay, all those steps or all those project have been taken to conserve all the plant genetic resources, whether using the ex situ conservation or in situ conservation. We have kept or we have conserved all those materials, and we can use them to utilize in any project, any program. We develop any crop varieties, the new one, and at the end of the day, for the agribusiness, for the growing of the agribusiness area. And from this, of course, many people can get benefit of it. As a conclusion, so plant genetic resources is the foundation for food and industries. Hopefully, we can support the sustainable agriculture. And by this, we drive the agribusiness innovation and competitiveness. Hopefully, we can at least reduce the global competitiveness. We build resilience. Right? We can adapt to climate change, the pests, and also the disease. And of course, lastly, to secure the future for food security, okay, for the long-term growth of agribusiness. Okay, I finished with this quotation. Hopefully we can get some take-home message of this. From this, when we lose a seed, we lost the future harvest. Okay, by doing that, thank you very much for listening. Anything, please, you can email me at ramisa@umt.edu.my, or you can anytime WhatsApp me at this number. Okay, back to Miss Rizka. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ramisa. From her talk, we learned that biodiversity is not just about conservation, but also an investment. for future food security, and she highlight that plant genetic research are crucial in building sustainable agriculture and resilient agribusiness. Now, my invite the audience. Is there anyone who would like to ask a question or share a comment, guys? Please type in chat box or raise your hand. Okay, let's see in the chat box. Okay, guys, if you have question or you need to asking about the material, yeah, you can. Okay, we have question, doctor, from Rifka Dia Saputri. First, let me introduce myself. My name is Rizka from UMY. May I ask what role smallholder farmers play in maintaining plant genetic diversity and how they can be involved in sustainable agriculture system? And we have another question, but you can answer one of one.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so the first question, right, about the contribution of the smallholder farmers, yeah, in maintaining or conserving plant genetic resources. Like I said before, the conservation uh, can be done by ex situ or in situ. So for the small farmers, smallholder farmers, hopefully they can continue use their own varieties, even they have been introduced to the new one. eh, Please don't stop doing the old varieties and keep them. Okay, so there are some method that can be used to keep all those seeds. So by doing that, hopefully we not losing any plant genetic resources in the near future. Hopefully, so keep doing the on farm conservations, or maybe trying to find any incentive that have been given by the government, and by doing that can support the process of on-farm conservation process. Okay, that's my answer for that question.
Okay, Rifka, if you understand or any question again, you can chat box, and we have another move in another question, doctor,
Yeah.
from Jindan.
Okay.
Jindan from UMY, I wanna ask something. How can biotechnology and traditional knowledge complement each other is safeguarding plant genetic research, doctor?
Okay, so the biotechnology and also the traditional knowledge. Okay, when we talk about the traditional knowledge, is actually the knowledge that have been developed by our old generations. So basically, the old generations they have that knowledge by doing the practicality. eh, Uh, so they are planting those PGR. They knows how to plant them. They knows how to use the plants. So they have the benefits. Okay, and by saying that, whatever method comes after that, like biotechnology nowadays. So people tends to use the biotechnology because they are much more faster compared to the traditional methods. So when it comes to that, okay, so the people in the biotechnology parts, it needs to consult the traditional knowledge, to need to consult the present generation that have been used, right? The traditional varieties. So by doing that, the process might much faster, eh? And then the biotechnology methods can benefit from whatever knowledge that have been presented by the farmers, or by the local people that provides the plant genetic resources. So of course, by doing those activity, the, so basically we need to cooperate. We need to cooperate each other. So by doing that, so we can enhance the process. We can get the result much faster. Okay, so and from those, of course, we can benefit. We can have more product innovation come from those process. Okay, Miss Jindan.
Okay, did the doctor answer Jindan right? If yes, and I think the audience is very excited about the your material, doctor, because we have other question, right?
Yeah, sure.
And we have another question from Novice Henry. Novice from University Kristen Satya Wacana about conservation technique like in vitro and DNA storage sound very sophisticated. Sorry if my spelling is not really good.
No, no, it's okay.
And expensive. How can we make this technology more accessibility and to developing countries like Indonesia, so we are not just raw materials provider, but can also master the technology to conserve and utilize our own PGR. Okay, doctor.
Okay, thank you. And Miss Novice, thank you for the questions. Of course, yeah, the in vitro and also the DNA storage, um, still expensive to like our grown countries. Um, to make, yeah, to be honest, of course, all those techniques are expensive, but I think nowadays there are some modification that can be used to to make the procedure more affordable for those who want to use the technique. Okay, so like in vitro, just I give one example in vitro conservation project. Okay, instead of doing the tissue culture using the expensive agar, okay, so when we are doing the tissue culture, we are using the agar, right? So by modify the techniques, we can whether one reduce the use of the agar, the expensive agar. Also, second one, we can modify and trying to find the alternatives for the no, the expensive agar that can be used in our projects. So yeah, I can see now people publishing their scientific findings in conserving plant genetic resources using the cheap materials. Okay, like low cost materials that can be applied to conserve their plant genetic resources. So that's one way to go. So the second one, of course, to be honest, when we talk about the expensive machine to be used, yeah, trying to get to the basic of those materials. Okay, even to conserve, we don't need actually very expensive uh, equipments. Trying to just to get enough support, maybe from the institutions, from the government, from the departments, to propose like very limited but convenience technique to conserve all those plant genetic resources.
Okay, thank you very much, doctor. And we have 10 minutes again, but maybe this is for my question.
All right.
Okay, doctor. I'm curious, what personally motivates you to dedicate your career to biodiversity conservation, Doctor?
Okay, so what motivates me? Of course, um, when I'm doing my final year project, yeah, during my bachelor degree, we are looking for the um, topics like topics to be joined or to be done for our final year research. And by doing that, I come um, to one article talking, but those are doing 90s, okay, end of 90s. So how old I am now? Okay, so in the 90s, even the internet itself still not um, uh, familiar like nowadays. Okay, so I come across one article talking about the plant genetic resources. Okay, and when I read the article, so it's just like um give me some ideas, give me some directions. What should I do in my projects? So by doing that, I'm looking for the supervisors. So Alhamdulillah, luckily I got one supervisors in plant breeding department. So uh, he's just so happy because not many students like to do the breeding project during those days. Okay, so and even in 90s, right? We already use the molecular markers to identify uh, the disease resistant genes in the sweet potato germplasm collections. So by doing the final year project, I continue my master degree in the same topic, but much more wider areas. So that and after that, I did my PhD in biomedical science involving the genome sequencing of the fungal that attack the chickpea plants. So yeah, uh, that's what motivates me to continue my research in this area. So I think because it's very few people tends to uh, continue their research on this topic. So I think um, I think it should be uh, we need to promote the younger generation to join the campaign, to join the initiative, to keep or to conserve the plant genetic resources. Okay, Ms. Rizka.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ramisa, for such an inspiring presentation. And maybe please send your material to our contact because usually the audience wants to learn more. And now, before we continue, let's use take a group photo together, guys. And with Dr. Ramisa, please kindly turn on your camera so we can take a picture together with Dr. Ramisa before we finish our session. Okay? Okay, the operator should to take a picture. Maybe you guys pose your best pose. One, two, one more again. One, two. Okay, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Ramisa.
Okay, thank you. Have a
Okay.
nice day.
Okay, have
Ahead.
a nice day too, doctor. Okay. All right. Okay, guys. Now the session one is a finish. So let's just continue with our second speaker. Okay, we have 5 minutes for prepare for next session, and for the session one, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello, guys. Okay, we have a next session. The second speaker is Mr. Awaludin Arianto, and with the topic Disaster Preparedness Education for Indonesia Rural Youth. And disaster are part of life in many tropical regions. Rural youth play a key role in building community resilience, and but they need knowledge, skills, and awareness to be ready. Education is there. Sorry, to be ready. Education is there for essential for disaster preparedness. And welcome, Mr. Awaludin Arianto. Are you there?
Hello, good morning,
Hello,
everyone.
good morning, Mr. Okay, Mister, you have worked a lot with rural youth in disaster education, and could you share one story where they show remarkable initiative in preparing for a disaster?
May I ask you the question again?
Could you share one story where
Uh,
they show remarkable initiative in preparing for a disaster?
okay, so one of the story, it's not the story I will share within the presentation, but I want to share a story about the when I become a volunteer for earthquake disaster in Palu in 2018, where actually the people, there is a liquefaction between the earthquake, where the field and the kampung, I say the village is uh, submerged into the ocean. So there is a should be transformation between people livelihood, where they're actually farmers, because their land is gone, they're being relocated into the sea. So they should transform from farmers become a fishermen. So the initiative is we have to create a program where we should transform a people who historically have a farmer and agricultural background, and suddenly we switch them into farmers. So it's a little bit challenging, but from 2018 until now, it's doing good, and the farmers now able to transform to become a fishermen, and they creating a product such as you know abon or dry fish. They create a many product from seafood. So it's one of the initiative, including the one I will share later about the Serayu project.
Okay, amazing story. Okay, thank you, sir. Now, please
Yeah.
confess your material with you have 75 minutes. Yeah,
All right.
50 minutes for your confess your material and 25 minutes for Q&A.
Yeah.
Okay, are you
Okay.
ready?
Okay. May I share the slides?
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, time is your, sir.
Okay. Okay. Does everybody see the screen clearly? The presentation?
Yes.
All right. Okay, so good morning, everyone. It's really a nice day for me too. It's really honor for me to have another opportunity to be involved in summer school in Muhammadiyah University Yogyakarta. After several years ago, I also involved in this summer school, and in this year summer school and in this session, I would like to share about our new initiative. It's called Serayu Project. Basically it's about how we doing a local approach for Indonesian rural youth, especially in Central Java, about disaster preparedness education. So the project is called Serayu Project. It stands for Sustainable Education for Resilience and Awareness for Youth in Serayu River Catchment Area. And because the general theme of the summer school on tropical agribusiness is resilient food system in the tropics, linking biodiversity and agribusiness, I try to connect my project with the general theme of the summer school. So probably it will align with the general theme. Okay, so before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Awaludin. You can simply call me Din or Didin. I based in Central Java, but I doing mobile and remote work in several areas in Indonesia and ASEAN. My formal background was civil engineering, specialized in hydrology and building structure. And then after 2015, I involved more on business tech sector. And then in 2017, I have a scholarship in Stanford University Graduate School of Business for startup acceleration. And then I also held a business administration degree from Gajah Mada University. And currently, one of my role is become a consultant for the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition, or GAIN, NGO focusing on nutrition improvement, global nutrition improvement. And currently, we work on developing tempe industry in Jabodetabek and Aceh province. And related to the material I would like to share about the disaster. I have several disaster related experience in the research sector. Even though I'm a professional, I'm not a lecturer, but I've been involved in several research activities with several organizations also. The first research, it's retention pond for flood reduction in Surakarta city in 2009. And then for my thesis, I write about land coverage change effect for flood characteristic in Subdas Keduang. It's in Wonogiri area in 2010. And then I developed, because I have a structural engineering background, I developed earthquake-proof wall system called H-Brick. It's being awarded in Indosement Award 2012 and 2014. And then I also developed a sanitation and hygiene tools, I can say, in coastal community in Makassar, in Sulawesi. And then in 2020, I involved with local government in Banjarnegara. I'm writing about input and output analysis for economic projection during COVID-19. And then in 2025, I work with Child Fund International to develop Serayu project module creation. And besides of research, I also actively involved as a volunteer for disaster activity. The first, I become an emergency response team for Mazakat Indonesia since 2018-2010. And then I become economic relief volunteer for Pasigala earthquake and tsunami liquefaction in Central Sulawesi in 2018. And then I'm involved in COVID relief program with GIZ from Germany, Facebook Ireland, Give to Asia project. Okay, so for today's agenda, in general, I would like to share about 6 topics. The first one was context of rural Indonesia and disaster risk, how we live in a hotspot of disaster in Indonesia, like we experience mostly in Indonesia. We have a lot of, I think the list is very long for disaster experience in Indonesia. We experience a lot too. And then the second, how disaster and food system resilience, how we can build and how disaster can affect the food system. And then I will explain about Serayu project, what is it about, what's the detail, and then about local knowledge for resilience, and then lesson learned and future direction. And then after that, hopefully, based on materials, you can get some insight and we can have some discussion and reflection after that. So that's more or less the agenda for today. Okay. Speaking about disaster, I think we should know about the definition of disaster, because Indonesia have a specific law about disaster management. It's Indonesian law number 24 of 2007 about disaster management. It defines that a disaster is an event or series of events that threaten and disrupt the lives and livelihoods of people, caused either by natural factors, non-natural factors, and human factors, resulting in fatalities, environmental damage, property losses, and psychological impacts. And the law itself also categorizes disaster into 3 main categories. The first one is natural disaster. It caused mostly by natural causes, like rain, earthquake, and then tsunamis, and then volcanic eruption. Kind of that is categorized as natural disaster. And then for natural disaster, we can see like air pollution, water pollution, and then nuclear disaster. It kind of non-natural disaster. And then Indonesia, we also experience many about social disaster. Mostly it's caused by a conflict in several region. It could be a religion conflict or cultural conflict or any conflict or economical conflict. It could be. So it categorized also as a social disaster. So that disaster, even though it seemed incorrelated with agriculture or food system, but actually in Indonesia it did happen a lot where disaster creating disruption in food system. For the example I said before in the opening previously, in Palu 2018, where there is an earthquake, tsunamis, and liquefaction, there is a significant disruption in food system, especially in Central Sulawesi. As I mentioned before, the Palu earthquake is really unique for a new study for the disaster management because in one event there is three direct effect of earthquake. Usually it only occurred two when earthquake happened, like we see in Aceh in 2004 or in Japan in 2011. Earthquake usually follow only by tsunamis, but it's different in Palu 2018 because the earthquake not only creating a tsunamis, but we can also see the earthquake creating a liquefaction. It's really new kind of disaster that appear in Indonesia because liquefaction is rarely happen and it only happen in really soft and shallow soil. So if you're not really familiar with liquefaction is like uh, it's a side effect of earthquake. We can imagine liquefaction is when we mix a soil with water, it become really soft, right? And that soft and watery soil, when we shake it, it will be destroyed. So that's what happened in the left picture. It's liquefaction because the soil above the village is really soft. After the earthquake, it destroy the village swallowed by the landslide. It's what I say before. It really disrupt how the farmers work because the paddy field is gone. And then in the second picture, you can see it's a irrigation channel above the village. It's the main irrigation channel in Palu city when the earthquake happened because the water in the irrigation being infiltrated to the soil and it breaks the irrigation channel and then the irrigation channel become no longer in function. So it also create a disruption in food production in Palu. So after the earthquake in 2008, the paddy field is gone and then the irrigation channel is no longer in function. That's why there is a food production threat after the earthquake in Palu 2018. That's one of the example. And then there's another example too. It's still related to Palu 2018. And I said before, because the farmers no longer have a field, the village is destroyed and they have to be relocated in another place. They have to adapt to new way of life or new livelihood, new jobs. As I said before, there is two liquefaction happen in Palu. The one is liquefaction who's been happen in village, where the village is destroyed by liquefaction. But at the other side, there is also a village near the beach, near the sea, where the village is submerged into the sea. The village is gone. It's now become a sea. So there is two disruption here because the villagers who initially become a farmer, they have to be relocated to near to the sea. So the farmers have to switch to become a fisherman. And then from the fisherman village who destroy and currently submerged under the water, the fishermen have to transform themselves to become a farmers. So there is a disruption because the skill set is not matched. The fishermen can immediately learn about how to farm, and then the farmers cannot immediately learn how to fish and how to catch fish in the sea. So it caused a disruption. And you may be asking, why not the farmers being relocated to the village where there is a field? Oh, it's not possible because the earthquake affecting really wide area. So the farmers being relocated to the coastal area, it's not in the same region from the with the fishermen who being relocated to the field. It's in a different location, even in a different uh, municipalities. So it's far away. So it's not as easy as relocating one village to another. It's not close by. It's really far away apart. So it's also creating a food production disruption. And then there's also biodiversity threat. It's taken from the picture is taken from my thesis in 2010. It's talking about how land coverage and people urbanization or people human expansion can disrupting the biodiversity threat. The right one is the initial land coverage in Subdas Keduang in Wonogiri area, and then I try to making a simulation to analyze how the land cover change can affect the flood the flood cycle in the Wonogiri area. So after the simulation, and I have the map from the Subdas Keduang land cover change from 2010, 10 years, and then the correlation shows that if human doing expansion further, like they are converting forests into farmland, converting farmland into houses or villages, it will increase the possibilities of flood, and then it also increase the possibility of soil erosion, where the soil erosion can impact the biodiversity within the area, because soil erosion causing a disruption or creating changes in the composition of the soil. So it will make a change to how the plant can be grow in the certain area after soil erosion. It also happened in Serayu area too. It's also creating biodiversity threat. If you are familiar with Dieng area, or maybe in Yogyakarta, it close to, it can be relevant for Merapi or Kaliurang area. In Dieng, I would say in the 1980s, the farmers in Dieng mostly they are not monoculture farmers. They grow a lot of kind of plants. But in around 1980s or early 90s, they've been introduced to potatoes, where the grow yield is really high and the economic value is really high. So suddenly, within 5 years, in the highland of Dieng, people transforming to monoculture. They mostly of the farmers now until 2025, they grow potatoes and vegetables, which creates soil erosion, and the soil erosion impacting the Waduk Merica. It's a lake for generating electricity, but because the upstream area is being converted totally to potato farm, there is a soil erosion, really severe soil erosion in the highland, so it affecting the lake. So currently, the Waduk Merica capacity only left 10% from its capacity. So 90% of the waduk of the lake already filled with erosion with sediment. So it also caused a biodiversity threat, and it become a major issue too for government in Banjarnegara and Wonosobo. And then disaster also can disrupt the food system in distribution, in logistic. There are several examples I experienced myself in, like I said before, from the Palu earthquake in 2018. There is many road destroyed, and then many logistic channel is being disrupted because the road is closed, the bridge is destroyed. So people cannot easily or people cannot easily transport food into the certain area. And then there's also another disaster can causing distribution threat. As example, in Nusa Tenggara, in Lombok in 2023, there is a several extreme rain that creates a flood. So the rail network, the road network is no longer in function. So the distribution of food being disrupted. And then there's also several natural disaster also happen in, we just learned it in the last month. We can see how the high sea level can threat the distribution through the sea. We can hear in the news several ships have been submerged or destroyed because of high tide. And then we also see in the Nusa Tenggara Timur there is a mountain eruption who disrupt and disrupting all the transportation, including sea transportation, air transportation, and then especially because the road is covered by the ash, so not everyone cannot be moved. So does the food. The next one, it's the second category of disaster. There is a non-natural disaster. And non-natural disaster also can disrupt the food system too. As an example, in a global context, in food production threat, maybe you're not born yet when this happened. There is a really big case in 1986 in Chernobyl nuclear power plant, where the nuclear core is destroyed, and then it's create a really high radiation in the Eastern Europe, especially close to Ukraine, where the country is really have a really wide area to produce wheat or gandum. So because by Chernobyl area, the area around the Eastern Europe is unable to produce or grow wheat because the high radiation, it can impact the health of people who consume that wheat. And then in 2010, in the Gulf of Mexico, there is a deep water oil spill where an oil tanker is being leaked, and then the oil is polluting the sea. It creating a food production threat because it polluting the water, polluting the air, and then probably, especially for the nuclear disaster, it can affecting the composition or the DNA of the plants itself, that can be dangerous to our body. And then it's also a natural disaster in food production threat. We can see a lot of pollution in Indonesia, especially for the river pollution. We can see almost in every major city in Indonesia, there is a big problem of river pollution. It's in Java especially. But does in outside of Java Island also safe? No, because especially in the recent years where our government is pushed for hillization, for developing new materials for supporting the electric vehicle industry, they create a lot of mining industries. In the left picture, you can see there is a picture in illegal mining in Sumbawa Island, where people get in touch or being exposed with mercury when they mine a gold. So that mercury will also create bad pollution for the river and the waters. It will create disruption in food production. And then it's also non-natural disaster disruption. We can see and we experience together in 2020 and 2023, where the COVID hits globally. It's really create a huge disruption in food distribution because of the lockdown, of the government restriction and limitation of travel. It's really disrupting the food distribution in a global scale. And the other category of disaster is social disaster. It also can create food system disruption. As an example, I'm working with people from Poso and Aceh, and they still really remember how the conflict in Poso, there is a conflict between Muslim and Christian. They kill each other and create unconducive environment when people cannot trust each other. So the farmers cannot easily sell to the other people because they not trust each other, and might be if they sell the vegetables to the other people, they will kill them. So it's really create a huge disruption in food production and distribution, and also conflict in Aceh area, because within the conflict, people needs money fast. People needs money really fast. That's why in Aceh, many farmers transform to become marijuana farmers, because in the conflict, you can say, that's why in Aceh there is a lot of marijuana or ganja farmers, because when the conflict happens, when you're selling marijuana or ganja or drugs, it's really create a huge amount of money. You can sell, rather than selling 1 kilogram of rice cost only 17,000. Why don't you sell ganja or marijuana for 1 kilo for 2 millions? That's why in Aceh there is a really huge issue in food production, because when you compare the production, the economic value of 1 kilogram of rice or vegetables, it's much for less that one compared to 1 kilogram of marijuana or ganja that costs a lot more. And it also we also experience in global context how the social disaster on conflict can disrupt the food production and distribution, especially in Russia-Ukraine war. We know that Ukraine is the biggest producer of wheat. So during the Russia-Ukraine war, we experienced the increase of noodle price, and then roti or bread rice, because we still importing most of our wheat from Ukraine and Eastern Europe. So that's why, even if the conflict happened far away from our where the place we stay, we stay in Indonesia, and the war happened in Ukraine, we still being affected. We can really see how Indomie prices increase from maybe 1,000 or 2,500 rupiah, but it does really giving effect to our lives. And then related to climate change, there is a subcategory for natural disaster because of climate change. Now Indonesia have a new subcategory of disaster related to climate change. They call it a hydrometeorology disaster. So hydrometeorology disaster is mostly a disaster caused by climate change, and then it's mostly related to climate or we can see climate change. And the disaster is the first is extreme rain, and then typhoon or wind, and then several of this is typhoon, and then flood, and then landslide or mudslides, and then droughts, and then forest fire, and then bad air pollution. That's a subcategories of natural disaster, and it's really closely related with climate change. And this also, the disaster, the hydrometeorology disaster also can cause a disruption in food system, especially if we have a typhoon and then we have extreme rain like happened in Vietnam currently. It create disruption in production, food production. And then climate change also can have an extreme season where we can experience in I last year I lived in Nusa Tenggara Barat and I really experienced how the extreme drought can affecting the land. If you live in Nusa Tenggara Timur or Nusa Tenggara Barat, you can see the extreme difference when it's rainy season and dry season. When it's rainy season, the land suddenly turn really green, and then in the dry season, it's really look like a desert in the Saudi Arabia. It's all brown. All you can see, all the plants is dying and turn dry. And it also disruption for hydrometeorologic disaster. We experience in Indonesia, but probably it's an annual disaster happen in Indonesia where in the dry season, mostly in Kalimantan or Sumatra, there is a forest fire. And then in global context, we can also hear a lot of extreme forest fire where the one is happened in Hawaii in 2015 or in Portugal and Spain. And in Canada recently also happened forest fire. Okay, so I can move more specific to the project I'm working on, the Serayu project, because of that. We live in Indonesia where I can say we're living in a hotspot of disaster, especially in Java. So in the place where I'm living now, it's in a Banyumas area, and in Central Java currently there is a in 2000 data shown from 2020, there is a total 1,700 something incident of landslide, and then 700, almost 1,800, almost 100 floods incident, and extreme weather, almost 70 incident. So what's unique about Banyumas area is Banyumas area, even though it's small, it consists of upstream, downstream, and mountainous area at the north, and then less than 80 kilometers there is a sea and really huge field in the south area. So within this small area coverage, we can see the pattern how the climate change can affect the pattern of disaster in Banyumas area. So the context of this Serayu project is we try to study the pattern of climate change disaster happening in the mountainous area in Baturaden, and then how it affect in the Serayu River catchment area, especially in Purwokerto and then Cilacap. And then we also find that in this area there is a local wisdom exists that our ancestor told us about how we prepare, how we should prepare during the disaster or before the disaster. And then, but in today's children curriculum and today's in subject in school, the children is not being taught our local wisdom about the disaster preparedness. The knowledge is not being integrated in the school, so it slowly faded away and being forgotten for the young generation, because the school curriculum is no longer using that local wisdom to be teach into the children to understand about their local knowledge about everything, not only the disaster. So that's the context why we creating a Serayu project. And then because of these issues, we identify that several stakeholders is at risk. The first one is smallholder farmers. because if the disaster happen, crop and livestock is destroyed, and then the youth, because the education is disrupted. And then, based on the study from the United Nations, women and vulnerable groups like elderly and children have a 14 times higher risk in disaster happen. And then also, village become isolated during disasters. And then, like we see before, the climate change creating a threat also to the food system in the food production, because most of Indonesian food commodity supply coming from mountainous area. We can see in every major cities in Indonesia, their vegetables or commodity supply coming from mountain area. In Yogyakarta, probably the supply coming from Kaliurang, coming from Salatiga, coming from Magelang, and from in my town in Purwokerto, it's coming from Baturaden, and then if we can say Surabaya, it's coming from Malang, from Banyuwangi. Most of Indonesian food commodity coming from mountainous area. And then extreme weather can disrupt the crop harvest cycle, because we know, even though today in August we still experience a raining, so it's become really hard for farmers to plan their crop cycle. It's become uncertain for the farmers, where's the season to plant, where's the season for harvest, because the extreme weather create a disruption for the uh, season pattern. And then also landslide happens a lot especially in Purwokerto area close to Slamet Mountain, because the landslide disrupt the food supply chain. And then the last one is biodiversity is become at risk, because of that disaster. It's also caused the soil erosion, and then flooding on the fields and crops failure. And then why youth and education matters? Because in our perspective, when we design this project, youth are future farmers and leaders and innovators. In average, Indonesian farmers age is above 50. There is really small number of people under 30 who are willing to become a farmers. Even in Muhammadiyah University Yogyakarta, not 100% of the agricultural student after they graduate become a farmers. I really assure about that. And then there is also education gap too, because no disaster preparedness curriculum in school. Our Indonesian school curriculum only consider about the formal subject and formal curriculum. There is no subject who specialize to teach about disaster preparedness, even though we are living in a hotspot of disaster. Indonesia is sitting on the disaster hotspot. And then we should create a literacy approach which is simple, engaging, and sustainable for youth. And then investing also in youth resilience, and it hopefully create in more resilient generation who can. One of them is investing in resilient agribusiness sectors. So after that introduction, what is Serayu Project actually? Serayu Project is a project funded by Child Fund Indonesia. It's a global organization based on United States, who see Indonesia have a major issue in children education. Like I said before, because we have a local knowledge, we have culture, but that local knowledge and culture not being integrated in the school system and school curriculum. So Serayu Project is a disaster literacy initiative rooted in local and cultural wisdom, integrating folklore or dongeng, traditional songs or tembang, and comics into enhanced disaster preparedness among vulnerable communities in mountainous area of Banyumas through training, education, media distribution, and co-creation of learning modules with cultural expert, academics, and disaster practitioners. So in a simple way, we create a co-creation workshop, and then we create education media. We create training and distribute the our modules and educational media into schools and villages. That's a sneak peek of our project. So the project approach on the first is we create modules where we can teach into children and young generation in Banyumas City, but the modules should integrate a local wisdom, technical 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 expert, and then disaster expert. That's why in the co-creation module we involve BPBD or disaster department of Indonesia Department of Disaster, if I'm not mistaken. And then in April we held a co-creation module when we invite a cultural expert, and then we create academic or lecturer. We create practitioner from Indonesian Department of Disaster and Department of Climate. We create a module together. Within this project also, we also invite expert from academic, especially also from Muhammadiyah University of Jakarta. Your lecturer become of one of our expert, Pak Zutra Zaki. He share about his expertise on how this module or his expertise in agriculture on how this module can also consider the agricultural or agricultural sector within the modules. So we creating this kind of comic in the left side. We are creating a strip comic where the comic is not a really long story. It finished in one page only. So we know Generation Z or Generation Alpha is really have a short span of focus. So that's why we are not trying to create a really long material to be read. So that's why we come up with the idea of creating a strip comic where within 10 seconds or 30 seconds you can finish one comic and gain some knowledge from that. This is the modules we created. It's a disaster hydroclimatology disaster module. It's created by Dr. Zaki and then Dr. Mustoli. He's coming from a religious leader in Purwokerto, and then from disaster department, and then from cultural expert. And together we crafting these modules to integrate as many perspectives as possible. So this module will become relevant for the local people who later we train using this module. This is the module. It's really formal modules and really boring modules. And we are 100% sure if we share this module to the community, nobody will interested to study this module. That's why we create another media to share these modules into the general public. So for the children and youth, we create comic strips. We're creating a 3 comic strip, comic about flood preparedness, comic siaga banjir, comic about landslide, comic longsor, and comic about the climate change and extreme weather. And after this, I can share to you about the several comics we developed. We developed this comic with comic communities in Solo, Ikatan Komiku Solo. So we engage several comic artists to develop material from the modules created. So we try to formulate what's interesting for the children to read this comic, even though it's really educational. But we try as hard as possible to make this comic interesting for children. That's why we try to combine several factors. In here, one of the comic about the landslide, we try to put superhero characters within the comic. There is a Spider-Man and Aquaman, and then in the next panel we see the wayang characters. It's a Bawor, a local character from Banyumas. So we try to combine that modern knowledge, local wisdom, and then expertise about land about landslide, and then we combine it into one comic. So the biggest challenge is that how we can integrate several knowledge into 5 or 6 panel of comic, and it can giving insight when you read it. So that's one of this comic. It's about how we can strengthen the cliff, perkuatan lereng, how Spider-Man can involve to strengthen the cliff so it can prevent the landslide. And then the next comic, it's create also about in elementary school, you probably really familiar with terracering. So the comic we developed about building a terracering. And then to make it more interesting, we try to design this comic not to become an educational comic who really serious. We can say that there is a several product of Indonesian government who create a comic, but because it's government who make it, it's really boring. That's why we design our comic to become more humor comic. That's why we after discussing with the comic artist, we come up with this idea. Like there are several jokes and then several humor aspect within the comic. Like it's become like in this comic we built terracering or steps within the cliff, like this one, and then it's also a comic about strengthening the soil. We also combine the well-known superheroes with local superheroes. In here, we try to combine Thor and then with Werkudara to work together to create to strengthen the soil to prevent a landslide. And then we also creating a comic who highlighting the local tradition. In this comic, we try to tell a story about sedekah bumi, because from the input of religious expert from the co-creation modules, sometimes Indonesian cultural ceremony or cult or tradition currently being forgotten by Indonesian population, because Indonesian population is mostly Muslim, and then all the tradition and cultural ceremony is being portrayed as a shirik or become a satanic ritual. That's why in the comic we try to uh, giving another perspective of that tradition on why the tradition being created in the first place. Like the example of this one, it's about sedekah bumi. Sedekah bumi, it's not only about giving the harvest and then throw it to the forest or to the sea, where is portrayed as a satanic ritual or shirik, but it actually our ancestor see it as a reforestation methodology, because when we throw our harvest like fruit or vegetables and being left in the forest, the seeds coming from the harvest will be grow into another crops, another plant, and in the long term it will become another forest. That's the perspective we want to educate to the children, that not all tradition ceremony or cultural ceremony is satanic ritual or shirik. And then this also about the climate change, because and probably after this I can share with the UMY also the product of our project. We can share you the comics, full access to the comics, and so you can use it to you, or you can share it with other person too. And then aside from comics, we also develop folklore or dongeng. It's mostly for the smaller children or toddler. We developing a folklore story when we try to educate the toddler about the disaster, but in the concept of the teacher will read aloud and reading them the story, or the parents will read them as bedtime stories. These are the several example of the folklore. We developed around 10, 10, 10 or 8 folklore, and we create the 300 books, and we distributed throughout the Banyumas area. And aside from comics and folklore, we create also a folk song, or in local language we call it tembang, where the lyrics is education, the educate the children about how we should prepare about if this disaster coming in. Let me play one of the song to you. Can you see the screen?
Sorry, Mister, sir.
Yep. Can you hear the
There is
sound?
no. I can hear the sound.
Oh, okay. So I think there's technical issues here, but it's okay, I think. So we can hear the song later. But what I want to highlight is the lyric is about educating the children about how we should prepare, what we should prepare during the disaster. Like one of the lyrics, it's coming from the Pitutur Blabur song. The lyrics in local language said like this: Banyune dhuwur nglebake raja kaya. It means the high flood tide drowning the livestock. And then at the next lyrics, we can there's mention surat berharga disimpan sing aman. It said bring and save all your valuables, and then sandang obat lan center disiapna kawitan. Please prepare the clothes, medicine in torch. It's a priority, like this. So this the general theme of the lyric. So the lyric can be easily sing by the children, and then the children can understand the lyric by singing the song. And the next, after we develop that material, the co-creation module, the comics, the folklore or the dongeng, and the song or the tembang, we train several stakeholders in Banyumas, including the teachers, and then the women in the village, and then the student in high school student, to understand about disaster preparedness knowledge. And then impact on and outputs we've been resulting from the Serayu project is we create nine educational materials, 3 comics, 3 folklore stories, and 3 tembang. And then we train 120 teachers, and then women in the village, and government worker. And then we distribute 600 copies of comics and folklore stories in Banyumas and Cilacap. And then we try to integrate this knowledge into local school curriculums and village programs. And then I hope by creating this project, I can strengthening the resilience of youth in the Banyumas area, and hopefully resilience can grow when the knowledge feels familiar. And then what's next for this project? Because the Serayu project is really localized context, so we try to find a collaboration partner to expand or scale it up to regional context, probably in Java area, probably in national context, or in global context maybe. That's why in the comics we also creating a Indonesian version, and then we try to find another funding to create it for global context. We try to translate the comics into English, so we can share this product into especially in our network in ASEAN. So aligning disaster prevention with food system resilience, it's important because it's for us it will prepare the communities to protect farming related livelihoods, not only in the fields but in also in the livestock, cattle, and the fishery sector also. And then it reduce long-term economic loss in agriculture, and it will also safeguard the biodiversity, especially related to soil, water, and crops. And then disaster preparedness is a key component of tropical agribusiness resilience. So our reflection and question is, as most of you is an agricultural student, the key question is this: how do you see the connection between disaster preparedness education and resilient food system in your country? Probably in Indonesia, Malaysia, or in any country you live in. And for the closing remarks, disaster preparedness education is uh, aim to protect lives and also livelihoods, and then local approach will should be integrate cultural aspect. It should be sustainable and empowering the local communities. And for rural youth, we have to empower them because they are agent of resilience of food system. That's all for me. Probably for more deep understanding, we can continue this through discussion, and I'm sure we still have time left to dig deeper down on my material. That's all from me, probably. Thank you, and we can continue to the next session.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Awaludin. And this is, by the way, this is a really good song, sir. It can remind you to prepare for disaster. And tembang is a Javanese word, right?
Yeah, tembang is Japanese right for song.
Okay. Sir Awaludin, from his
Yeah.
presentation, we understood that disaster education for rural youth is not only about theory, but also about real readiness in the field. And he emphasized local wisdom, practical training, and youth empowerment. Okay, guys, now I invite the audience. Is there anyone who like to asking a question or share a comment? Please type in the text chat box below or raise your hand. Please, guys, if you have question, please chat in chat below text box, yeah, for Mr. Awaludin.
Yeah.
Maybe I have question, sir.
Yeah. Please.
Okay. Okay, sir. What are the most common mistakes rural communities make when facing disaster, sir?
Okay. In the chat box also there is a question. I will answer in the chat box next. I will answer your question first.
Okay.
The common mistake for modern communities, especially rural modern communities in Indonesia, is they are not really aware that they have the knowledge to prevent the disaster. As an example, during the 2004 tsunami in Aceh, actually most of the victims coming from the urban area or the big cities like in Banda Aceh or a place where people is really dense. But there is a community in Simelue Island or somewhere, I forgot, but their fatalities only minor fatalities. Probably only 6 people dies in the village because there is a local knowledge who call smong. Smong is a local wisdom. Uh, uh, it's a local song probably or local lyrics that said when the sea level recedes, you have to run to the mountain because there will be high tide after this. People in Simelue still understand about that knowledge. So when the sea level drops because of the earthquake, when the people in Banda Aceh mostly going to the sea to catch the fish, people in similar way running to the mountain because they know about the local knowledge. It also happened in Japan in the 2011 tsunamis. People in the Great Canton area mostly die coming the victim coming from the dense cities in the big cities. But there is several local communities in Japan who have the knowledge about it. It's similar knowledge with the in Aceh. When the sea level drops, you run to the mountain like you're for your life. So only as I remember, only 3 or 6 people fatalities in the dead communities. In Palu also happened like that because in the with the liquefaction disaster, the liquefaction happened in Petobo area, where in the local language actually Petobo is like a swamp or a really low land where it's really soft. So the problem coming from the developer coming from Jakarta or big cities, and then build the village or homes there. There also challenge also in Nusa Tenggara Barat, where the major flood happened. It actually happened in the area in local language, the area called Kuang, where Kuang the meaning is like a pot, the bottom of the pot where the water is collected. So why the people building a community in the place where traditional name is meaning like a bottom of the pot where the water collected? That's the challenge because currently many of local people not understand about the local knowledge, so they are ignoring and they forgetting their local language, so they facing the disaster. That's the challenge. So that's why we are really interested to develop this Rayu project and to integrate local wisdom with modern knowledge. I think that's the answer. And then for the second question for Nanadia, I'm interested in this Rayu project which use local cultural approach as a folklore. In your experience, how effective is this culturally based approach compared to formal outreach method? Okay, the answer is similar, like as mentioned before. We can see the real difference when the Aceh tsunami happened, Japan tsunami happened, and then NTB flooding happened, and then in Palu disaster happened. We can see the difference because most in Indonesia especially the preparedness knowledge, disaster preparedness knowledge is created by the central government in Jakarta. They not really understand about the local condition. That's why the material created by central government in Jakarta, it's mostly cannot be really relevant in local context. That's why we try to engage a local cultural activists and then local leaders to be part of our co-creation module, because they can give their revision or their comment to make the disaster material preparedness made from the central government be more relevant for the local context. That's why. I think that's the answer for Nanadia.
Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Yeah.
Maybe guys, any question again? Please type in the text chat box, and maybe you can raise your hand.
Yeah. And I also maybe share a little bit about, because I have working with orang asli in Malaysia also, in especially orang asli in Sabah area, in eastern Malaysia area, because in Malaysia context, most of the material is being created in the Sabah area, in the western area, in the Borneo area or Sarawak. They just continue following the material being created in central government, mostly in Kuala Lumpur or Putrajaya. So when I talk with orang asli in Sarawak area, they see that the material or curriculum or education material given by central government, some of them might not relevant with their local knowledge. That's why I think that's why I have a plan to expand this initiative within the ASEAN, because in ASEAN region I think it's relevant where we can see most of the ASEAN region have a similar background with Indonesia, and we have a really diverse community, and I'm sure they have a very strong local knowledge who can really being adapted to our current and modern knowledge.
Okay, thank you, sir. Okay, guys, I invite you to type your question again. Okay, we have
Yeah.
another question, sir, in the chat
Okay.
box
From
from
Husaini Wijayanto, how can digital tools and a platform be used to engage rural youth in disaster preparedness and biodiversity protection? Okay, I think it's if you notice, my presentation is in a several slides. If you're familiar with AI, especially ChatGPT, I use a lot of image generated by AI. That's why I want to actually with that methodology, I want to introduce you to also in our approach, because in this the creation of the comic and the dongeng and the folklore, we try to use AI to help the comic artists develop contextual material, because uh, we can see with AI, and then with AI tools, digital platforms, we can now distribute or share our initiative in more wider or broader audience, for more audience. That's why uh, probably it's become debatable in academic sectors, but in education sectors, we can utilize the AI digital platforms to uh, uh, not only to engage rural youth, but how we can share in a wider audience about our initiative. And using the AI, you can easily transform. As example, you create a dongeng or a story using Indonesian language, but using AI, you can transform it into many local language and local dialects, even in the different countries. And now with digital platform like TikTok and then Instagram, or even in games like Roblox, you can uh, use that platform to education to use as an education material. You can also utilize many kinds of AI, not only ChatGPT. There's also really wide range of AI tools. You can create a image, even videos, and then presentation, even a character of yourself talking like deepfake, Google Veo 3, to create education material. So in my perspective, aside from education sector where you cannot use AI to create like a paper or thesis or material in education, but in this perspective to create education material where you teach a general public about some knowledge, you can utilize digital platform or AI to expand your reach and make your impact bigger. I think that's my perspective.
Okay, thank you, Sir Awaluddin. I think for the question is enough, yeah. And please maybe send your material to our contact, because usually the
Okay.
audience need to learn more. And thank you for your meaningful insight. And now let's
Alright.
just take a picture with Mr. Awaluddin. Please, you guys kindly turn on your camera. Yeah. And operator take a picture our pose. And pose your best pose. Okay? Okay, satu. One, two. One more again. One, two. Okay, thank you, Sir Awaluddin.
Okay. hope to see you again in the next opportunities.
Okay, see you again, sir.
See you and thank you.
You're welcome, sir. Okay, guys, the session 2 is finished, and now we have session 3. Sir, sorry, Dr. Hasrul Hasan, are you there?
Yeah.
Hello, good evening, doctor.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. How are you, doctor?
Okay. Thank you for the invitation.
Sorry, your connection
Alhamdulillah, thank
is
you
low.
for your concern, and I would like to share about you problem the connections quite heavy, very heavy. So please wait.
I'm really sorry, doctor. Your connection maybe is low because your voice is like broken. I can hear your voice
Can
early.
you give me a few minutes?
Oh, okay, okay, sure.
Unstable network connection.
Okay, our third speaker is a Dr. Hasrul Hasan with the topic facing halal logistic management challenge on post-tariff agreement for local industry players in Malaysia.
Alamak.
Okay, for your information, guys, maybe for the general information in global trade, logistics is the backbone of business for Muslim consumers, and halal assurance must extend beyond product to the whole supply chains. This makes halal logistics both a challenge and an opportunity for industry players. So maybe today, Dr. Hasrul Hasan can give our new insight about the fishing logistic management.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Again,
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
very good evening, and I'm sorry because we have a few issue of internet connection. Hopefully, if we have if the problem is continue, uh, please keep remind me so that I can do the check from, from time to time. Okay, allow me to do the sharing. Miss Chairperson, can you see the slide?
Yes, I see, Doctor.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, to begin, I will do a presentation or discuss or sharing the topic called Facing Halal Logistic Management Challenge on the post-tariff agreement for local industry players in Malaysia. I believe it is not just about Malaysia, it is also affected all around the world, and especially between Malaysia and Indonesia, because we have a very similar in terms of our market shares and so on. So to look into more understanding on how Malaysia using their advantages on halal logistics. So I would like to do the presentation. And before that, I would like to also to stress a few content that will be stressed in this presentation. First is the US tariff paradigm and also the Asian agribusiness challenges and Malaysia halal logistic management. How it can be related between these two, between these three contents. Okay. And afterward, based on this sharing, we will look into the purpose of the sharing is to understand the US perspective in economy order and the new economy order. The second one is to analyze how Asian agribusiness will resilient in this situation. And afterward, to evaluate the Malaysia integrity implementation on logistic management. Okay, before that, I would like to introduce myself. I am the Dr. Hasrul Anasho, and I am my expertise in operation technology and logistic management. Graduated from University Utara Malaysia, Malaysia. Okay, so I have a very few slide. It is not more than 18. It's just a very simple slide, but I assume after do the presentation, I will listen to a thought or insight from our friends and our colleague all around the world, especially the participant, afterward to know more and to expand whatever sharing that I do now. Okay. So to start, let's start with the part one, the US tariff paradigm. Why is it US introduced the policy? I know it is general. All people is implemented or embed to make America great again policy. So let's what is our strength as a ASEAN movement, and then what is the strategy that have been planned by especially in Malaysia that we can learn together, and afterward maybe we listen to other nation how you are facing the tariff afterward. So to understand what is the US tariff policy, it has moved a primary focus on the from the multilateralism to the unilateralism and also the bilateral. Why? Because America are trying to put a new to implement or to strengthening again their business or their economy by having new strategy. So from our study, is not today we have a lot of assistant, especially the use of the AI. So we can have a more insight on to understand why the America have a new behavior or policy that looks like against the majority of the nation. Maybe in one side we think that it will impact our nation, our country because of the policy, but afterward when we go into detail, we try to understand the strategy, and then we come up with our effort, then we know how to respond to this kind of policy that implemented by the US. Okay, we start with the strategy number one, so called the security over the globalization, because things that we need to understand from the first Trump administration in the first session or first term as a presidency, he already mentioned about to expand to secure to not just to expand the business, the economy, the market share, but also to secure the economy of the America. So they look into they introduce a new policy or a law. They passed the law, so called the National Security Section 232, that look into the fairness of doing business, especially to protect the local or the nation industry from um, uh, uh, defeated by the foreign country, by the foreign economy or the foreign business. And the second one is the Section 301. They are also so-called the intellectual property. Then this is the things that strategy that have been mentioned, and after that it has been continued to Mr. Biden, and then when Trump take the throne again, then he strengthened whatever he planned from the first term. Okay, and the second strategy is like as mentioned in the core idea is about the unilateral and the bilateral. By doing this, they are not going to have the so-called multilateralism anymore. There is no more international pact. They look into a one-to-one deal, like example between the US and also the Japan and also few other agreement, rather than relying on the multi-party agreement, so-called the CPTPP. CTPPP. Okay, so this is things that changes or move that do by the US, so that they can as for the to achieve whatever they promise to the voters, to the supporters in the election. And the third strategy is to reorientation the supply chain, because they understand that the supply chain have been, this is very important, have been controlled by other nation. In this case, let's just be honest, it is have been controlled by especially Chinese, and few countries that have agreement with the China. And this is very important, so for America to look again, to understand the supply chain that they lose the control over because of the expanding of the trade and so on. So this is the three strategy that strengthen the US tariff policy, especially the use of the tariff. So we always ask ourselves, and every nation will ask to America, why tariff, Mr. Trump? Okay, and obviously, as we mentioned before, it is because of many factors. But things that directly impact the America will be the first thing to be considered by the America, because to address the unfair trade, to determine or to define the reciprocal trade or the tariff, and also to reshoring the supply chain. Let's go one by one, start with the unfair trade. Unfair trade, it is because of the thing that already planned from the first Mr. Trump administration in the first term. When he come out with the so-called law, pass the law, so-called the 232 section and also 301 section. This 232 section look into the national security, whereas they are looking into how the unfair trade happen or deal that is not benefit the US in the first place. And the second one is the section 301, look into the intellectual property. And America believe that most of their technology have been not just transferred, they has considered it as has been robbed or has been taken without under law, or have been how to say this, it's not just robbed, it is have been take off from or copyright or taken without permission from the US, especially the new technology. So this is something that always consider is unfair, because of American company that have deal with the foreign company, transfer the technology, and without knowing, everything have been copyright or have been um, uh, taken by the other nation. Okay. The second, under the address the unfair trade, is to look into the industrial subsidies and overcapacity. They also learned that many countries, especially in few countries in Asia and China, we have ability to give subsidy, especially what we call free land to run for the agribusiness, or we give subsidies in business. We also provide so-called the financial assistance and so on, so that the foreign company, especially in China, they can come up with a massive production of material. So when this happen, it will provide the low cost or the low price of things or goods. So it will be part of challenge to the local or American domestic business. They also provide the same, like the use of soya beans and so on, that we will certainly read and understand from the report from the news. Okay. And other than that, is the most important is for the long-term nation or national security of America. And the goal of reciprocal tariff is not just to look into the security and the intellectual property defense, but it is also to come up with a fair trade, so that uh, America are not going to be just a consumer or a buyer. They also be part of the traders or part of the business in the business environment. They are not going to be consumer anymore. Okay, they have the numbers, the density of the people, they have the power of buying, but yet now they are decide to not just to produce internally, but also they want to have the same fair of trade when they do trade with the other nation. And the last one is to reshoring. Reshoring the supply chain, meaning they are trying to find the most the nearest or the trade partner uh, about the supply chain, so that they are not going to spend more for the supply chain. So now we go into the second part, also important before we what Malaysia does. Okay, and let's go let's look into the challenges of the Asian agribusiness. Okay, agribusiness can be it can be from the plant to the carcass and so on and so on. So what things that we need to understand, that implication of Asian agribusiness will affected our exporters to US in by direct impact and indirect impact. And indirect impact, most of the countries, we will the direct impact, we can see that it will, if we look into the positive part. Okay, the positive part is it increase the competitiveness of the Asian countries, especially Malaysia, Indonesia, that we have our strength in terms of ability to provide the raw material, manufacturing, production, and so on. So this is the thing that we need to look on the positive side. Okay, because like as stated in here, the Vietnam, they have a very good production in seafood, provide in seafood, and Malaysia in E&E. And then most some of these what we call production are not hit by the tariff, as long as it is not part of thing that considered as important import to important import to the America. Okay, and the second one is the trade division. Afterward, we look more on the trade division because it is very important, because it will impact, it will give implication to the Asian agribusiness exporters. Okay, what is the trade division? Trade division is the US import from the Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia that grew categories previously dominated by China. This is very good. Okay, why? Not good because of when we're talking about business, we are talking on the positive side. Positive side meaning when the two elephant in a fight, so some people say that grass will suffer, but for me, for some time, for some reason, the grass always also can benefit from the fight. Okay, so in this case, we need to understand what is the trade diversion that provide by the situation, and afterward I will look. We will look. I will show you Malaysian attention toward this kind of trade division. Okay, for under my as far as my concern in my expertise in logistics. Okay, but indirect impact or risk or what we call disadvantage also need to be considered. First is the rules, strict rules or origin that implemented by the US, because US will look afterward into the transshipment issue, where any things that come from China, in this case, anything that come from China, that using the Asian country port to do the diversion will be also punished or sanctioned. So this is very important. We need to understand, because the law or the regulation or the guideline clearly stated that we need to produce, or at least we do the process, the production in our country before even if it's the raw material from China, we need to do everything in our country based on our production and our production line, and then after that we can do the transshipment to the America. So this is very important. Sounds like disadvantage, but in the same time, it also can be the advantage if we can be sincere enough in doing business. Second is the non-tariff barrier. Okay, the non-tariff barrier, especially about the sanitary and phytosanitary SPS measures, especially in labor standard, environmental regulation, and creation for the market access. This is the only benefit or the only advantages that will be full or will be taken by Malaysia. For me, okay, for me, if we do it in the right way, the non-tariff barrier will be our advantages. So I will show in Malaysia best practice afterward. And the third one is the currency and subsidy security, as mentioned before. Potential for future investigation under the Section 301 America legal trade legal law stated that investigation will do into two parts. First is the illegal subsidies that provide by the nation, so that we can come out with production that compete with the local product in America. And the second one is the currency practices. Some of the country, they are using the currency volatilization to secure the nation by ensuring the value of the currency um, is not uh, um, is not how to say, melambung, is not melambung, is not increased. So by doing this, by putting the currency line that that competitive enough, then they can have a very good return when they do business with America. So this thing that will go into investigation afterwards, as mentioned in section 232 and also 301. Okay, so let's talk about few diversion of China-US tariff war, and then we go into Malaysia. First, diversion of China-US tariff war is also benefit to us. Okay, I also provide here the graph or the analysis of import and export between US and also the country, what we call foreign country. Okay, so we can see that America facing trade deficit starting 1995 until 2023, and it still continues until today. After the tariff have been take place on 1st August, now America in process of healing. So let's understand what is the division of the China-US tariff war and how it related to Asian and afterward related to our nation, especially me in Malaysia. First, the supply chain reorientation have that we already mentioned before. Strategy that used by the America is to do the China plus one, meaning they still relying on China of few product because it is not other countries are not able to come up with a massive number of the product, but yet they plus with other nation one to one so that they can do the replacement from time to time. Okay, that is the so-called strategy shift or the China plus one direct benefit for Asian country actually, because we also provide the same whatever China provide. We also have the capability. Yes, we understand that we have a very good neighbor or partner like China, but yet in doing business, it can be a very positive competition landmark so that everyone can involve, can active participate. Second is to understand the net agriculture export to US will continue if we look into the using of the USD. This is important to America, so that we are keep using the USD. And in the long term, medium term or long term, it will surely benefit Asian country, ASEAN country in this case. Okay. And other than that is U.S. agriculture trade deficit with ASEAN showing that we already increased from 7.9 billion in 2018 to 12.5 billion in 2022, shows that Asian also can provide a good what we call we have the demand from the America, but yet after the introduction of the reef, it is got expensive, not as before, and maybe effect of this tariff also have another side of effect, so-called deficit of our part. Okay, so the US tariff in China goods, many of them can be alternate or can be changed to the Asian nation where it can come up with like food preparation canned good by Thailand and Vietnam, and other product like Malaysia, Indonesia can come up with palm oil, natural rubber, and rubber product, and also tropical fruit from a few countries like Philippines and Thailand as stated in here. Okay, because the most important to understand that Asian export to the US, the attention of Asian export to the US is to have significant rise of a trade, and can support the trade market share in the long run. And the US as expectation to the Asian is to have more trade so that they can slowly replace China with other country or other nation. Okay, so the challenge that Asian need to understand first, let's go to the core idea of Asian economy pillar, the agribusiness, and also the importance of the agribusiness so that we can increase our GDPs, employment, food security, and we also can improve our production in the near future. Okay, and as the most important, other than the agribusiness itself, the most important is our ability to provide employment. Yes, America also having the same problem, and that's why they are come up with the tariff area. But yet we ourselves, we also need to employ. We need to make sure that we are able to come up with a good capacity of employment so that we can make sure that we're not just able to produce the trade for the trade, but also we can make sure the security and the safety of the nation will still intact. Okay, and things that also need to be considered by the Asian country is about the fragmented supply chain. Okay, because of 90% of farmer and smallholders that inhabitant in our nation, they have a very low access in limited access in technology, capital, and other modern logistic compared to China and compared to America. So it will lead to the post-harvest losses. Okay, and the climate change vulnerability that happened, we can see now, and it threatened. It is a threat to the ASEAN country. Other than that, the logistical and infrastructure gap, okay, because report from the LPI or the Logistic Performance Index stated that even Malaysian is the 26th, but yet we are not really competitive enough because the issue of efficiency and the cost. Okay, and we're also meeting international hazard in terms to abide to the standards and so on. Okay, especially our business, local business. So now we go to the part three. The part three, we want to look into what is the Malaysia strength. Okay, the agribusiness, surely it is part of the supply chain and also the the logistic chain. Okay, so Malaysia, we are not if we turn back to the LPI uh, logistic performance index, stated that Singapore is the number one. Why Singapore is number one? It is not something that we consider as peculiar. Why? Because they are the nation that solely depend on the trade and also investment. So no wonder they can come up with the first global transportation logistic infrastructures that considered advanced in our nation, in our region. So where is Malaysia now? What is our strength? Our strength is our halal logistic. Okay, because we provide, or we are not provide, we just not provide, we offer you something that have a return of billion and trillion dollars in future, and is still ongoing, so-called the halal market. So Malaysia look into their strength. Now, when the changes of the global perception and understanding about trade, we ourselves in the nation also need to do to also do changes, to be creative enough to come out of the box, so that to think out of the box. I'm sorry, to think out of the box, so that we can understand our strength, and then we can offer our strength, and then we can still resilient in the marketplace. So what we learn that Malaysia has been recognized as a global halal hub. Why? Because we have strength in terms of not just halal ecosystem that recognized as a gold standard certification, and we go beyond. Halal is not just about the requirement of the Sharia, the requirement of the religious guideline, but we in the food, but we are expanding our strength into the pharmaceutical, cosmetic, and logistic, especially logistic. Okay, and things that consider as unique about Malaysia. For now, and from our research that we have gone through, there is no nation, especially Islamic country, that form the agency, government direct control agency, to look into halal. Okay, we have numbers of international non-profit organization or religious organization. They're also able to given authorized by the government to do the declaration and to do the research, especially on to certified halal for company. But yet, uniqueness of Malaysia, everything we are considered is under our system, including the our faith, our religion, dependent. Okay, so that's the why government has decided, because of majority of the Malaysian are Muslim, and we also know that we need to contribute to the at the global stage. So we have the government agency that dedicate to look into the religious matter, especially in the halal matters. So that's the why we are not just look into the contamination of halal and non-halal material, but we also look into the separation, or we call here as toyibat. Okay, this is not just halal, but it's also toyib. Toyib mean clean. Something that confirm it is not mixed between the halal and non-halal. So because of we have this ability, this understand, or this benefit, this advantage on our side. So we explore, we dive into this situation in this area, so that we can contribute. And as mentioned here, 5.0 trillion global halal market has been projected by the GIR in 2023, and most of these numbers contributed by the beverage and food. Okay, and 95.46 billion is contribute approximately 12 of 0.6 billion US dollar has been report by the Metrade, one of the Ministry of Trade, International Trade in Malaysia, in 2002 stated that this is the number that we benefit. This is the income, the profit that we are able to have to contribute to our country, using not misuse the halal or our faith, but in strengthen our agency and our people trust over the halal certification and halal logo. So we have dedicated this department, so-called the JAKIB, Jabatan Kemajuan Islam Malaysia, Department of Islamic Development Malaysia, as a center authority to look into the halal certification. So what do we have advantage that we earn from our halal advantage? First, let looks into the dynamic between US Malaysia halal issues, so that we can understand the market access and the standard acceptance. Okay, and US, they are acknowledge the authorities, so called the JAKIM, as the gatekeeper. And this is very important because in US they have the USDA FAS. It is not the USDA FAS, food I'm sorry, food accreditation system. I will refer afterward. And the most of the standard stated under the JAKIM halal requirement is considered as international standard, but more rigorous and also detailed in terms of to determine between the halal and non-halal. And for sure, US also look into Muslim country when they wanted to do business afterward. They want to do the trade. So because of when people here in Malaysia, when our minister go to the US to do discussion on to reduce the tariff, one of the issue that mingle and be a very sensitive thing is whether the minister agree to reduce the halal requirement based on the US demand. But it's not happen. It's not happen, and we can read from various um, report, international report or national report, stated that US are good. They are good to go with the JAKIMs of with the halal certification condition, because it is not just about faith or about to separate between halal and non-halal, but it's also compatible or parallel with other food accreditation standard that has been take place in many countries, non-Muslim countries. So it is good to continue with the with the halal certification, so that US, the product from US, they can earn trust from other country. We know Singapore also have MUIS, and Indonesia have MUI that also certified. But here in Malaysia, we are not the non-government to government recognition, but we are the government to government recognition. So that we are the JAKIM also responsible to certify any of certification bodies out there in America or all around the world, so that based on the certification or certified the certification body in for the halal, it can also ensure the um, quality and also the strength of the product, the trust of the product can be also always maintained based on the JAKIM requirement and JAKIM confirmation. Okay. Second, US also consider as JAKIM or the halal as the streamline with the transparent efficiency and also science based that used especially in slaughter and separation, the halal in logistic, in warehouse, in transportation, in packaging. In halal, we look into not just about the use of the material, but the labor or the employee, what we call the employee safety, the employee the kebajikan. I forgot what is the kebajikan. The employee okay, never mind. Afterward, I will continue. Okay, and other than that, halal is also the value added for US product because it is globally recognized, especially among the Muslim country and also non-Muslim country like UK and so on. Okay, and for Malaysia, as I mentioned, there is no compromise of the standard and the integrity of the standard. And that is the why Malaysia come up with its halal assurance system. The MS, Malaysian Standard 24,000, 2016. And also this standard or the Malaysian standard is to ensure that the customer trust is also always be the paramount. Okay. And other than that, they are expanding to the halal logistic framework, the MS 2000, 2000, I'm sorry, to 24,000 2019, the halal logistic that ensure that maintain the end-to-end integrity chain. And the last one is the strategic economy diplomacy, where it's not just play role as the body that certified, go research and certify, but they also provide training, services and advocacy to any certification body out there. They are not related to Malaysia, but they are still follow requirement that provide, especially requirement that stated in our in our faith in Islam. Okay, so halal logistic integrity in the entire supply chain is about the halalness, the toybiness from the origin to the consumption. Okay, because Malaysian model, especially in 24,000 2009 MS Mission Standard, we look not just about the material, we look into the physical segregation. Okay, warehouse, containers, vehicles, to avoid or to ensure that there is no cross contamination of non-halal product. Second is the robust documentation. It meticulous halal certification paperwork so that we understand in very meticulous way so that we will maintain the halalness or the standard so that we are not going to jeopardize any trust by our client or our customer. The third one is the staff training so that the person handling the product halal, they know it is okay whether you are Muslim or non-Muslim, as long as you are the personnel that train and aware about the protocol of maintaining the integrity of the halal. And the last one is the cold chain integrity so that the temperature that monitor and control also adhere to the segregation of the protocol. Why? Because it's not just talk about the material and segregation, but impact to the environment. That's the why America in discussion with Malaysia last time, they have no problem with halal certification because they know it is not just about the human what is kebajikan is still forgot about the kebajikan. The human charity, maybe the human, not just about the human charity, it is about the safety of the environment and also the cleanliness and safety consumption. That is the model that produced or introduced by the halal. And for the US market priority, they look into the three things. First, extreme flexibility. By having halal, especially halal change in logistic and production model will be the standard, or will secure the importance of the product and goods after sale. So they can assuring customers, they can assuring users, consumers, that it is safe. Okay, because everything is traceable. Second is the stringent auditing, especially by JAKIM or any certification body that have been recognized by JAKIM. And the last one is the brand trust and value, especially when they are decided to penetrate the Muslim market. Okay, and for the last, before I open the floor to any question, if there is any question or sharing, especially sharing, I will always welcome any sharing. Okay, because me myself, I'm just doing with my group of researchers who also do the halal logistic and halal, but we would like to know insight if there is any insight. But before that, look into halal standard and halal logistic implementation by Malaysia. We know we are look into advancing, more advancing, because we have new threat, the using of AI and so on. Okay, and this kind of threat is not yet addressed by any party, and we are not yet understand enough about the impact of the new technology and the new we can see now the use of logo halal doesn't mean it is from the JAKIM and so on, or certification body. And this is something that we need to go through, especially the traceability of the product and so on. It is something that considered as threat, and we need to be more considerable on the future. And the most important for now, the US Malaysia core challenge is about the US decentralized of using halal certification system, because they not just refer to JAKIM. Okay, they also look into IFANCA, ISWA, and HFCI. IFANCA is the Islamic Food and Nutrition Commission of America. ISWA is the commission, uh, commerce of Islamic commerce of halal. Sorry, Islamic commerce of trade. And the last one is the HSVC, the Halal Food Conference. Halal Food Committee International. Okay, so US are not going to just go into the JAKIM. As long as there is any of these other body that also can provide certification like MUI and MUIS and so on, they will go through, as long as they can sell their product in that particular country. Okay, they are not just relying on the JAKIM or the halal certification from Malaysia alone, or any certification body that have been recognized. Okay, that is the thing that America trying to do. They are not going to just stick to whatever you told them to do, but they are decide what the best for their business or for their trade. And second, the Malaysian standard, US certification body, officially most of the uh, uh, certification body in America also accredited by the JAKIM, and that's the challenge that need to be continuously discussed between Malaysia and US, especially when they targeted to do the trade to the Malaysia, okay, export their product to the Malaysia, or country that recognize JAKIM halal certification. And the last one is the US exporters. They stated that they are frustrating because they have certificate from very respected body, the South American Muslim Committee, but it is not hold any weightage when it's export to Malaysia and other country that recognize Malaysia JAKIM certification body, halal certification. So this is a thing that actually putting new cost to the American if they wanted to have certification from Malaysia, okay, or certification body that already established in their country, they need go through to the JAKIM processes. But for now, uh, halal certification by JAKIM recognized as the most rigorous certification provide parallel with the Malaysian standard. Okay, okay, that is the only sharing that I would like to share. So since this is the agribusiness summer camp, this school summer school. So I would like to discuss in my expert on logistics, especially in halal, and hopefully it will benefit not just you, but also for me. And I would very pleased to listen to your sharing, to your thought afterward. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Hasrul, from your talking about the halal logistic, and we understood that halal logistic is not only about certification but also about trust, and the key challenges are supply chain complexity, international standard, and industrial readiness. And now, may I invite the audience? Is there anyone who would like to asking or give a question about the Dr. Hasrul material? And Doctor, we have question in the chat box. For the first question from Nur Habibah. Good afternoon, Dr. Hasrul Hassam. Very interesting presentation. My name is Habibah from UMY. I want to ask you a question. What innovations or digital solutions are being adopted to ensure compliance with halal logistics standard while remaining competitive in the post-tariff landscape? Time is yours, Doctor.
Can we just collect the question and then I will just answer in one room.
Yes.
Okay, respond to Miss Habibah. Okay, as mentioned in my lecture, Miss Habibah, actually, Malaysia, JAKIM, we aware, Malaysian, the JAKIM aware of the importance of innovation or digital solution so that we can maintain the compliance not just in halal certification but also in halal logistics standards. Okay, but yet we are, it is still in the stage of a few weeks ago, our Prime Minister, Datuk Sri Anwar Ibrahim, has launched the first Malaysia AI especially the Islamic AI, so-called, as I recall, is called as the Nur AI. Okay, the Nur AI is to answer any question. It is the first use of innovation and digital solution that provide answers based on our Sharia requirement and Quran, Sunnah, Hadith, and so on. So ijma ulama and so on. So this is the first innovation that is not yet be part of the halal compliant in JAKIM for now, because JAKIM in the process of aligning with other government policy, so that we are not going to do redundant in terms of application of technology or application of digital solution. So this is the first step that introduced by Malaysia, starting with to give the right answer, the right understanding of Islam using the AI, because AI weaknesses that we face today is they just have the random information from the mass information in cloud. So we have narrowed it to the Islamic scholars alone and understanding. Afterward, based on this innovation, Nur AI, it will I believe that government now are try to streamline whatever good practices that we have here in our country, so that we are going to benefit from whatever policy that provided by the government. For now, to answer your question again, Ms. Habibah, innovation or digital solution adopted by the halal logistic compliance standards is not yet take place, but I believe it is in a plan because everything is under the Malaysian plan, the 15th Malaysian plan for next coming 5 years. Okay, to answer Miss Chelsea Anindita, I'm sorry if I'm misspell your name. Uh, would like to know about the impact of non-tariff barrier on market access in Malaysia. Can this non-tariff barrier also affect the implementation of halal? Yes, as mentioned before. From the first side, for most of Malaysian citizens at the first time when our minister decide to go to America to discuss with the America about the trade, things that very sensitive to Malaysian is about halal, because majority of Malaysian like Indonesia, we are Muslim, so we are not going to jeopardize our consumption afterward when the American penetrate the American product penetrate Malaysia. So the minister gave the word that he will not compromise the halal. And after they do the discussion in the second discussion about trade, before we have the 90% of tariff trade, halal is not negotiable. um, it is not going to be the non-tariff barrier, and it has been accepted in a very good by America, because American believe that standards that introduced under the halal compliance in Malaysia is compatible to international compliance in terms of food security and security and safety. So not just food security and safety, but also the sanitary and the phytosanitary. So that is the why we are securing this halal, but we are also facing other challenges like our E&E, because it is considered as electronic and electric, electrical and electronic. It is a part, or it is the product that also produced by the America, okay, and other like palm oil and so on, okay, because we assure the America that Malaysia and Indonesia palm oil, we are not going to jeopardize our forest. We are not going to have making problem to our environment. We are not going to taint our environment. So that is the thing that give confidence to America, and halal is not the non-tariff barrier, Miss Chelsea. Back to you, Miss Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. And are you guys have any question again from Dr. Hasrul? If no, maybe from me for the last question, Doctor.
Yeah,
Okay,
sure.
okay, Doctor. What opportunities exist for collaboration between Indonesia and Malaysia in halal logistic? From your opinion, maybe.
Uh, um, Miss Chairperson. Firstly, I would like to say that Malaysia and Indonesia, we are have a few what we call issue in term of to claim about things, especially food and dress and culture, but we always be a sibling. We are a sibling. So even MUI is not government agency, but we believe that MUI also as compared to our JAKIM here in Malaysia in terms of their ability to give certification and so on. But things that we can do our collaboration in next coming future, let's just sit together and look what is the best what we call a standard halal standard that can be implemented not just in Asian region but also in Europe, in African and also in America. We need to understand what is the hazard or requirement that are not yet explored, because for now whether MUI or JAKIM, we look into our local issue, especially in logistic, cosmetics, pharmaceutical, other than food and beverage. So we only look into our local issue. But why not we sit together, Indonesia and Malaysia collaboration, look into the global issue in terms of hazard or disadvantage that faced by the other country, especially the non-Muslim country, and how we can solve the problem so that even they are not Muslim, but they can consume the clean, the good, the healthy, the nutritious, or and also can have a very clear separation between what we consider as halal and halal. Maybe for non-Muslim, halal is non-halal is not the issue, but we are trying to understand the infection of disease, especially the plant and also the carcass. So this is if we can comply to Islamic way, especially when we if we turn to the slide, we also look into the cool chain. What is the best temperature that not just maintain the freshness of the food, but also to maintain the sustainable of the environment. It is not just about food. It's just not about human. It's not just about us, but it's about the environment, animal, and also the plant, uh, the environment, the world. So if we can follow the guideline, especially in halal logistic, it is not just about the halal. It's also about the toiban. The toiban is not just about the clean. It's also about the wholeness, the wholesomeness that benefit not just human, the what we call the consumer, but also benefit the environment. And that is part of the aim, the global aim on SDG and the ESG. So I believe there is many of expert in Indonesia, especially in Islamic scholars, the environment scholars, scientists, and so on, innovators that can collaborate with Malaysia in grant through university or maybe effort government to government. So that is my response to you, Miss Chairperson.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. And maybe for your Dr. Hasrul session is enough for question and material. And thank you very much, Dr. Hasrul, for your amazing perspective on halal logistic. And now let's just take a group photo with Dr. Hasrul. Please, you guys kindly turn on your camera so we can take a picture. For the operator can help. Okay. Okay, pause your bear pause. 1, 2, 3. One more again, please. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Thank you very much, and see you again in the next.
Thank you.
Yes.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, guys. Thank you for your attention to all three session our material, and now it's time for a break, and we will back at 12:45 and see you later and stay tuned. Okay, see you later.
Muhammadiyah derapkan langkah, bangkitkan tasdid, kibarkan dakwah, amal usaha jalan berkiprah, ridho Allah melimpah berkah.
Muhammadiyah teguhkan asa, majukan umat, jayakan bangsa, bumikan Islam sinari zaman, rahmati Allah.
Di Solo jalin ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama majukan Indonesia. Di Solo jalin ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama cerahkan semesta. Sang surya suluh peradaban,
Aisyah gerak bersama, majukan umat, jayakan bangsa, bumikan Islam sinari zaman, rahmati Allah.
di Solo jalin ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama majukan Indonesia. Di Solo jalin ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama cerahkan semesta.
Sang surya
suluh peradaban, Muhammadiyah lintasi zaman, gerak Islam berkemajuan, sebari sawah pencerahan, wujudkan cita-cita Islam.
di Solo jalin ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama majukan Indonesia.
Jalin ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama cerahkan semesta. Sang surya suluh peradaban,
anyar sing ning jero lemariku nanging bojo anyar sing mbok pamer kene aku ning opo seneng aku yen mung gawe lorku pamer bojo anyar ning ngarepku.
Koyo ngene rasane wong nandang kangen Dino wengi atiku rasane peteng tansah kelingan kepengin nyawang sedelo wae wis semua tenang Citra janji tekane kowe ngapusi nganti rene suwene aku ngerti nangis batinku rantes urepku teles kebas netes Allah cendol dawet tutup lamiannya sing ning jero lemariku nanging bojo anyar sing mbok pamer kene aku tutu wangi mawar sing tak sawang ning mripatku nanging kowe lali larani wong kaya aku ning seneng aku yen mung gawe loroku pamer bojo anyar ning ngarepku Citra janji tekane kowe ngapusi nganti rene suwene aku ngerti nangis batinku rantes urepku teles kebas netes Allah cendol dawet tutup lamiannya sing ning jero lemariku nanging bojo anyar sing mbok pamer kene aku tutu wangi mawar sing tak sawang ning mripatku nanging kowe lali larani wong kaya aku
Program Studi Agribusiness, Fakultas Pertanian, Universitas Muhammadiyah, Yogyakarta. Berdiri sejak tahun 1986, memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang agribisnis berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam tahun 2025 se-Asia Tenggara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Kami memiliki profil lulusan sebagai seorang wirausaha, manajer, konsultan, dan peneliti. Kurikulum yang kami gunakan adalah kurikulum Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM berorientasi Outcome Based Education atau OB. Banyak keunggulan yang bisa didapatkan di sini, mulai dari fasilitas, pelayanan, dan jaringan kerjasama, mulai dari dalam negeri ataupun luar negeri. Itu semuanya digunakan untuk mendukung kualitas lulusan yang unggul dan islami. Mari bergabung bersama kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Enistianti, dosen dari program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Saya bergabung dengan Prodi Agribisnis sejak tahun 1988, sehingga pada waktu itu Prodi baru umur kira-kira 2 tahun. Prodi Agribisnis mulai menerima mahasiswa baru pada tahun 1986, pada waktu itu dengan status izin operasional, kemudian seiring perjalanannya terdaftar, kemudian diakui, kemudian disamakan, dan peringkat akreditasi yang awal dicapai oleh Prodi Agribisnis adalah akreditasi B. Sekitar 2 atau 3 periode, alhamdulillah pada tahun 2016 program studi agribisnis sudah terakreditasi A, dan pada pertengahan 2021 terakreditasi unggul.
Program Studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas dan pakar di bidangnya. Didukung fasilitas pengajaran yang memadai, membuat mutu pendidikan menjadi terjaga dan berkualitas. Ruang kelas. Ruang diskusi. Perpustakaan. Taman diskusi, dan fasilitas lainnya. Pelayanan kepada sivitas akademika menjadi ciri khas yang tak terpisahkan. Laboratorium menjadi bagian penting dalam meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa. Laboratorium Studio. Di dalam laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat membuat konten video, poster iklan, dan podcast kreatif, serta promosi bidang agribisnis di era digital. Laboratorium Agribisnis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah produk pertanian secara inovatif dan kreatif yang mendukung kompetensi kewirausahaan agribisnis. Laboratorium Statistik. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah data statistik secara mandiri sehingga memiliki kemampuan sebagai manajer dan peneliti yang handal di bidang agribisnis. Laboratorium Analisis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa melakukan analisis berbagai data sehingga memiliki kemampuan pengambilan keputusan secara tepat sebagai manajer agribisnis. Laboratorium Marketing. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu mengembangkan konsep dan praktek pemasaran modern, khususnya digital marketing, bidang agribisnis. Greenhouse. Di sini, mahasiswa mampu melakukan budidaya berbagai jenis tanaman. Laboratorium Proteksi. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu menganalisis berbagai jenis hama dan penyakit tanaman. Selain itu, juga didukung oleh jurnal ilmiah yang sudah terindeks Scopus, yaitu jurnal agraris yang mampu meningkatkan iklim dan publikasi ilmiah, baik untuk dosen ataupun mahasiswa. Sebagai bentuk upaya peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian, banyak kerjasama yang sudah dilakukan baik dalam ataupun luar negeri. Dengan berbagai fasilitas dan pelayanan yang prima, membuat mahasiswa sangat menikmati kuliah, dan banyak prestasi yang sudah ditorehkan oleh mahasiswa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Melania Istirahatnawati dari kelas Agribusiness D 2018 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Di Agribusiness saya belajar mengenai bisnis berbasis usaha pertanian atau bidang lain yang mendukung, baik di sektor hulu mulai dari penanaman bahan baku sampai di sektor hilir yaitu proses pemasaran produk pertaniannya. Pengalaman saya selama kuliah di UMY tentu sangat seru, menyenangkan, dan materinya sangat bermanfaat untuk menunjang karir saya ke depan. Di sini saya mendapatkan 2 skill sekaligus, yaitu hard skill yang saya dapatkan dari kuliah, yaitu melalui tatap muka ataupun online, yang dikemas dan didukung dengan dosen-dosen yang seru tentunya sehingga tidak membosankan saat pembelajaran. Yang kedua adalah soft skill yang saya dapatkan dari praktikum, terjun lapangan langsung, dan juga alhamdulillah saya mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi co-asisten dosen untuk membantu perkuliahan di mata kuliah tertentu. Materi yang saya dapatkan selama ini dari mata kuliah juga sangat bermanfaat untuk kita sebagai mahasiswa agribisnis yang merupakan outputnya itu menjadi pengusaha. Contohnya seperti bisnis plan, kewirausahaan, dan kelayakan yang dapat membantu kita untuk membuka peluang usaha baru bagi pemula. Serta didukung dengan fasilitas prodi yang mendukung mulai dari ruang kelas, referensi, dan juga lab praktikum yang nyaman dan asik untuk kita belajar. Sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Banyak alumni yang bekerja di berbagai bidang perusahaan yang tersebar di level lokal, regional, nasional, dan internasional.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, pola perkuliahan yang modern dan up to date dan sesuai dengan kebutuhan zaman membuat saya bisa bergabung di Bank Syariah Indonesia. Selama berkuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribisnis, saya mendapatkan banyak soft skill dan hard skill sehingga membuat saya bergabung di sini dan menjadikan saya lebih siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Lukmanawati Rahayu. Saya biasa dipanggil dulu ya. Untuk saat ini saya bekerja di RRI Yogyakarta, Radio Republik Indonesia Yogyakarta. Ya, saya memang dari jurusan Agribisnis, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Jadi kenapa kok saya bisa lari ke sini gitu ya? Saya bisa kerja di sini karena dulu sebenarnya saya ikut program magang yang memang diwajibkan bagi mahasiswa semester 6, dan pilihan saya dulu jatuh ke RRI karena waktu itu disarankan oleh salah satu dosen di jurusan agrobisnis. Kemudian pada akhirnya saya diminta untuk membantu siaran di RRI Yogyakarta dan akhirnya keterusan bisa di sini.
Bukti dari kualitas alumni adalah pengguna alumni merasa puas dengan kualitas alumni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Atam Basuki, Kepala Bidang Program Siaran RRI Yogyakarta, di mana di dalamnya ada salah satu staf kami yang bernama Lukmanawati, merupakan alumnus dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dalam hal ini, yang bersangkutan dalam melaksanakan kegiatan atau pekerjaan itu menurut penilaian kami sudah sangat baik dan mampu memberikan sinergitas kepada lembaga kami, sehingga di dalam mengelola ataupun melaksanakan kegiatan dan tugas-tugas yang kami berikan selalu menempatkan apa yang kami berikan itu atau apa yang kami tugaskan itu menjadi prioritas utama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Istiqo Agus Wicaksono, Ketua Program Studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Pendapat saya terhadap Ibu Uswatun Hasanah STMSC, alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Ibu Uswatun Hasanah merupakan salah satu pendidik profesional yang dimiliki oleh program studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Dalam kegiatan pembelajarannya, beliau melakukan pendekatan yang baik dengan mahasiswa, sehingga mahasiswa merasa enjoy pada saat mengikuti mata kuliahnya. Dalam kegiatan penelitian, beberapa artikel telah dipublish dalam jurnal ilmiah. Demikian pendapat saya terhadap salah satu alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Sukses selalu untuk alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program Studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, membangun negeri lewat pertanian.
This is Indonesia, the largest archipelagic country with abundant natural resources, the land of paradise with thousands of tribes and local languages. Yogyakarta is a gateway to Indonesia's natural beauty and exoticism, with breathtaking views and unique philosophical cultures. It is a city where people carve indelible memories. Welcome to Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Since 1981, we have flourished and innovated to serve the community. We are a young university, but our achievements are remarkable. We elevate our university and support our student and teaching staff to achieve their goals through research, innovation, and creativity. The COVID-19 pandemic does not cease our path. It has been our responsibility to adapt and to innovate. holding three principles of higher education, we are certainly welcome the new era to develop Indonesia and enlighten the universe. Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, muda mendunia.
Bridging Prodi Agribusiness UMY pada pagi hari ini. Insya Allah kita akan melakukan bridging di Watu Kapu Tubing di Klaten.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1986, memiliki visi menjadi program studi yang unggul dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi di bidang agribisnis berlandaskan nilai-nilai Islam tahun 2025 se-Asia Tenggara.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di program studi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Kami memiliki profil lulusan sebagai seorang wirausaha, manajer, konsultan, dan peneliti. Kurikulum yang kami gunakan adalah kurikulum Merdeka Belajar Kampus Merdeka atau MBKM berorientasi Outcome Based Education atau OB. Banyak keunggulan yang bisa didapatkan di sini, mulai dari fasilitas, pelayanan, dan jaringan kerjasama, mulai dari dalam negeri ataupun luar negeri. Itu semuanya digunakan untuk mendukung kualitas lulusan yang unggul dan islami. Mari bergabung bersama kami. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Muhammad Jidanura. Saya berasal dari Prodi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian. Perkenalkan, nama saya Arif Disaputro dari Prodi Agribisnis kelas C. Kesan saya sangat seru dan
Yogyakarta. Saya bergabung dengan Prodi Agribisnis sejak tahun 1988, sehingga pada waktu itu Prodi baru berumur kira-kira 2 tahun. Prodi Agribisnis mulai menerima mahasiswa baru pada tahun 1986. Pada waktu itu dengan status izin operasional, kemudian seiring perjalanannya terdaftar, kemudian diakui, kemudian disamakan, dan peringkat akreditasi yang awal dicapai oleh Prodi Agribisnis adalah akreditasi B. Sekitar 2 atau 3 periode, alhamdulillah pada tahun 2016 program studi agribisnis sudah terakreditasi A, dan pada pertengahan 2021 terakreditasi unggul.
Program studi agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta memiliki tenaga pengajar yang berkualitas dan pakar di bidangnya. Didukung fasilitas pengajaran yang memadai, membuat mutu pendidikan menjadi terjaga dan berkualitas. Ruang kelas. ruang diskusi. Perpustakaan. Taman diskusi. Dan fasilitas lainnya. Pelayanan kepada sivitas akademika menjadi ciri khas yang tak terpisahkan. Laboratorium menjadi bagian penting dalam meningkatkan keterampilan mahasiswa. Laboratorium studio. Di dalam laboratorium ini, mahasiswa dapat membuat konten video, poster iklan, dan podcast kreatif, serta promosi bidang agribisnis di era digital. Laboratorium Agribusiness. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah produk pertanian secara inovatif dan kreatif yang mendukung kompetensi kewirausahaan agribisnis. Laboratorium Statistik. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa bisa mengolah data statistik secara mandiri sehingga memiliki kemampuan sebagai manajer dan peneliti yang handal di bidang agribisnis. Laboratorium Analisis. Di sini, mahasiswa bisa melakukan analisis berbagai data sehingga memiliki kemampuan pengambilan keputusan secara tepat sebagai manajer agribisnis. Laboratorium Marketing. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu mengembangkan konsep dan praktek pemasaran modern, khususnya digital marketing, bidang agribisnis. Greenhouse. Di sini, mahasiswa mampu melakukan budidaya berbagai jenis tanaman. Laboratorium Proteksi. Di laboratorium ini, mahasiswa mampu menganalisis berbagai jenis hama dan penyakit tanaman. Selain itu, juga didukung oleh jurnal ilmiah yang sudah terindeks Scopus, yaitu jurnal agraris yang mampu meningkatkan iklim dan publikasi ilmiah baik untuk dosen ataupun mahasiswa. Sebagai bentuk upaya peningkatan kualitas pendidikan, penelitian, dan pengabdian, banyak kerjasama yang sudah dilakukan baik dalam ataupun luar negeri. Dengan berbagai fasilitas dan pelayanan yang prima, membuat mahasiswa sangat menikmati kuliah. Dan banyak prestasi yang sudah ditorehkan oleh mahasiswa.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Melania Isratnawati dari kelas Agribusiness D 2018 Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Di Agribisnis saya belajar mengenai bisnis berbasis usaha pertanian atau bidang lain yang mendukung, baik di sektor hulu mulai dari penanaman bahan baku sampai di sektor hilir yaitu proses pemasaran produk pertaniannya. Pengalaman saya selama kuliah di UMY tentu sangat seru, menyenangkan, dan materinya sangat bermanfaat untuk menunjang karir saya ke depan. Di sini saya mendapatkan dua skill sekaligus, yaitu hard skill yang saya dapatkan dari kuliah, yaitu melalui tatap muka ataupun online, yang dikemas dan didukung dengan dosen-dosen yang seru tentunya sehingga tidak membosankan saat pembelajaran. Yang kedua adalah skill soft skill yang saya dapatkan dari praktikum, terjun lapangan langsung, dan juga alhamdulillah saya mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menjadi co-asisten dosen untuk membantu perkuliahan di mata kuliah tertentu. Materi yang saya dapatkan selama ini dari mata kuliah juga sangat bermanfaat untuk kita sebagai mahasiswa agribisnis yang merupakan outputnya itu menjadi pengusaha. Contohnya seperti bisnis plan, kewirausahaan, dan kelayakan yang dapat membantu kita untuk membuka peluang usaha baru bagi pemula. Serta didukung dengan fasilitas prodi yang mendukung mulai dari ruang kelas, referensi, dan juga lab praktikum yang nyaman dan asik untuk kita belajar. Sekian dari saya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Banyak alumni yang bekerja di berbagai bidang perusahaan yang tersebar di level lokal, regional, nasional, dan internasional.
Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, pola perkuliahan yang modern dan up to date dan sesuai dengan kebutuhan zaman membuat saya bisa bergabung di masyarakat Indonesia. Setelah berkuliah di Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta jurusan Agribusiness, saya mendapatkan banyak soft skill dan hard skill sehingga membuat saya bergabung di sini dan menjadikan saya lebih siap.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Lukmanawati Rahayu. Saya biasa dipanggil dulu ya. Untuk saat ini saya bekerja di RRI Yogyakarta, Radio Republik Indonesia Yogyakarta. Ya, saya memang dari jurusan Agribisnis, Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Jadi kenapa kok saya bisa lari ke sini gitu ya? Saya bisa kerja di sini karena dulu sebenarnya saya ikut program magang yang memang diwajibkan bagi mahasiswa semester 6 dan pilihan saya dulu jatuh ke RRI karena waktu itu disarankan oleh salah satu dosen di jurusan agrobisnis. Kemudian pada akhirnya saya diminta untuk membantu siaran di RRI Yogyakarta dan akhirnya keterusan bisa di sini.
Bukti dari kualitas alumni adalah pengguna alumni merasa puas dengan kualitas alumni.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Atam Basuki, Kepala Bidang Program Siaran RRI Jakarta, di mana di dalamnya ada salah satu staf kami yang bernama Lukmanawati, merupakan alumnus dari Fakultas Pertanian Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Dalam hal ini, yang bersangkutan dalam melaksanakan kegiatan atau pekerjaan itu menurut penilaian kami sudah sangat baik dan mampu memberikan sinergitas kepada lembaga kami sehingga di dalam mengelola ataupun melaksanakan kegiatan dan tugas-tugas yang kami berikan selalu menempatkan apa yang kami berikan itu atau apa yang kami tugaskan itu menjadi prioritas utama.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Saya Istiqo Agus Wicaksono, Ketua Program Studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Pendapat saya terhadap Ibu Kuswatun Hasanah STMSC, alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Ibu Kuswatun Hasanah merupakan salah satu pendidik profesional yang dimiliki oleh program studi Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. Dalam kegiatan pembelajarannya, beliau melakukan pendekatan yang baik dengan mahasiswa, sehingga mahasiswa merasa enjoy pada saat mengikuti mata kuliahnya. Dalam kegiatan penelitian, beberapa artikel telah dipublish dalam jurnal ilmiah. Demikian pendapat saya terhadap salah satu alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Sukses selalu untuk alumni Agribusiness Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Program Studi Agribisnis Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta, membangun negeri lewat pertanian.
Di festival yang pertama di tahun 2025. Luar biasa.
Di sini saya jualan donat. Acaranya cukup seru dan saya laku laris manis dalam waktu sejam. Semoga tahun depan bisa buat acara seperti ini lagi.
Ya, meskipun harus menahan sumuk, tapi insya Allah tidak sesumuk, tidak segerah ketika Anda membayangkan petani-petani tradisional yang bekerja keras di lahan, di sawah gitu.
Dalam lagi gitu ya. Sekalian nanti mungkin saya akan spill sedikit mata kuliah yang beliau ajarkan. Kemudian mungkin spill sedikit karakternya gitu ya. Harus hati-hati, semisal harus hati-hati dengan Pak Tri semisal ya. Bridging Prodi Agribisnis UMY pada pagi hari ini, insya Allah kita akan melakukan bridging di Watu Kapu Tubing di Klaten.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Muhammad Zidanugraha, saya berasal dari Prodi Agribisnis Fakultas Pertanian. Perkenalkan, nama saya Arif Desaputro dari Prodi Agribisnis kelas C. Kesan saya sangat seru dan sangat dingin ya. Sama ini agak lumayan ekstrim juga, tapi seru sekali. Ya. Agribisnis menyala bangku.
Nama saya Salita Aulia Putri, saya dari kelas C, sebelah saya.
Halo, perkenalkan nama saya Erika Bella Christine dari kelas D Agri.
Kesan kita mengikuti fun tubing ini seru Kak. Habis itu asik juga. Kesan kamu?
Iya, sama ini menantang adrenalin. Iya, seneng.
Iya.
This is
keren.
Dari Alamin, hari ini kita bisa melaksanakan acara bridging untuk mahasiswa baru angkatan 2024 di Watu Kapu Klaten, di mana tadi ada materi dari Mas Adit untuk memotivasi menjadi pengusaha di bidang pertanian, dan juga ada pemateri Mbak Nuzlia terkait dengan motivasi untuk belajar dan berprestasi, dan diakhiri dengan tubing di Sungai Klaten untuk meningkatkan semangat belajar ke depannya. Terus semangat mahasiswa angkatan 2024. Terima kasih.
Halo teman-teman semuanya, perkenalkan, aku Titin Firdianti, aku alumni dari Agribusiness UMY tahun 2017. Jadi sekarang aku mempunyai bisnis namanya Lupi Floris. Sebenarnya bisnis itu aku jalani mulai dari aku SMA. Sebenarnya waktu SMA dulu itu hanya sekadar hobi, jadi memang hobinya itu crafting atau bikin-bikin kerajinan tangan, dan itu sekitar 1 tahun bareng dengan teman-teman. Nah, setelah kuliah, waktu itu kesempatan dimana saat aku skripsian, teman-teman banyak yang sempro. Nah, karena banyak yang sempro, aku kepikiran, aku dulu pernah punya skill merangkai bunga. Aku nggak coba untuk merangkai bunga untuk teman-teman aku yang sempro. Akhirnya aku cobalah untuk buat, dan ternyata respon teman-teman aku di situ bagus karena aku merasa direspon cukup bagus, dan aku melihat peluang. Pada saat itu masih jarang sekali ada buket-buket yang menurut aku lucu seperti itu. Jadi aku beranikan diri untuk ambil kesempatan membuat bisnis yang dulu pernah aku jalani, dan aku coba lagi ketika aku kuliah. Terus kalau untuk nama sendiri, kenapa aku kasih nama Lupi Floris? Sebenarnya itu dulu bareng-bareng sama teman-teman. Jadi ketika aku SMA itu, kita tuh bingung sebenarnya mau ngasih nama apa. Terus karena dulu itu zaman-zaman di Twitter, kita sering mention, terus mentionnya itu kayak, kalau mungkin teman-teman ingat waktu zaman SMA, mentionnya itu kayak selamat pagi lu. Terus kita itu karena keseringan ngomong itu, akhirnya kita plesetin jadi Lupi. Sebenarnya kalau Lupi sendiri kan bisa berasal dari kata love ya. Nah, kalau dari situ kita mengartikannya cinta seperti itu. Alhamdulillah sekarang karyawannya ada 9, sama aku, sama suami aku sebagai CEO-nya sekarang. Kita ada 11 orang total. Jadi kalau untuk kegiatan sebenarnya itu masih sistemnya itu nanti yang belajar keluar. Jadi aku biasanya keluar kota untuk belajar ke floris yang lebih senior. Biasanya mereka emang udah belajarnya ke luar negeri, kayak ke Korea, ke Jepang, atau ke negara-negara yang lain. Aku belajar sama mereka, nanti dari semua yang aku pelajari, aku turunkan ke tim aku seperti itu. Untuk sekarang kita masih seperti itu. Jadi belum ada tim yang aku delegasikan keluar karena kita masih circle-nya masih kecil seperti itu. Terus kalau untuk pelatihan lainnya, sebenarnya kita nggak ke floris yang lainnya kalau untuk sistem manajemen dan lain-lain, tapi kita lebih belajarnya sama expertnya gitu. Biasa kita cari kayak di Jakarta tuh banyak banget ya, memang coach, mentor-mentor yang bisa ngajarin sistem manajemen leadership kayak gitu. Sebenarnya kalau sukanya karena ini berawal dari hobi ya, jadi kan sesuatu yang dari hobi itu menurut aku cukup menyenangkan kayak gitu. Jadi ketika aku bekerja, aku merasa seperti tidak bekerja, tapi lama-lama juga kerasa capeknya kayak gitu. Apalagi waktu awal-awal aku buka toko itu, aku udah kena tipu waktu itu. Aku baru mau grand opening, sebulan setelah grand opening, ibaratnya kan baru buka toko tuh cost-nya banyak ya gitu. Saldo kita itu lagi di sisa 5 juta waktu itu, jadi aku pikir itu sebenarnya cukup aja buat operasional di awal, tapi aku ketipu di pertengahan bulan tuh aku ketipu sekitar 10 juta. Jadi kayak ini baru awal, aku udah kena tipu, saya kayak mau nyerah waktu itu. Nah, gimana ini baru awal aja udah kayak gini ya, saldonya gimana ke depan. Tapi aku coba bertahan waktu itu, akhirnya sampai akhir bulan ternyata cukup untuk menggaji tim aku dan juga untuk operasional selanjutnya, dan jadi pelajaran juga sih sebenarnya. Jadi lebih ke hal-hal kayak gitu ya, karena belajar. Nah, kalau untuk buku lainnya apa ya, ini itu sih capek ya, pasti capek ya kalau kerja bertahap sih. Sebenarnya kalau dari aku sendiri, jujur aku sangat merasa berkesan setelah kuliah di Agribusiness. Agribusiness UMY, ini walaupun nggak diliput sama teman-teman, aku akan tetap memberikan testimoni seperti itu karena memang aku merasa sangat puas. Awalnya aku nggak pengen masuk agribisnis tadinya karena aku pengennya manajemen gitu. Cuman karena aku pikir masih bisa kepakai ya ilmu IPA ketika aku sekolah, jadi aku juga ya udah kita coba agribisnis. Ternyata setelah dicoba aku sepertinya memang lebih cocok masuk di agribisnis. Terus di agribisnis UM-nya ternyata mereka itu kegiatannya cukup lengkap ya kalau menurut aku. Cuma memang yang disayangkan sama aku waktu itu adalah kenapa aku nggak ikut lebih banyak kegiatan lagi. Itu yang aku sayangkan. Padahal dari agribisnis UMY ataupun dari pertanian juga itu mereka menyediakan banyak fasilitas yang bisa kita ambil. Mungkin itu kalau buat teman-teman yang nonton video ini misal tertarik buat masuk agribisnis UMY, jangan sia-siakan kesempatannya. Aku paling suka ketika ada kegiatan-kegiatan seperti praktikum gitu sih, karena memang teori-teori aja kan kalau menurut aku memang penting, tapi kalau nggak ada praktiknya kayak kurang gitu ya. Jadi sayang banget kalau misalnya kalian seperti aku yang dulu, aku ngerasa kurang maksimal aja sih. Tapi untuk teman-teman bagus sih kalau misalnya tertarik buat masuk agribisnis UMY. Oke teman-teman, sebenarnya kalau dari aku buat teman-teman semua yang baru mau lulus, aku tahu dan paham banget ketika mau lulus itu pasti kita sangat bingung gitu kayak sebenarnya apa sih pekerjaan yang cocok untuk kita di kedepannya. Pasti teman-teman juga mempertanyakan hal itu. Tapi kalau dari aku semisal teman-teman memang sudah punya rasa ketertarikan di dunia bisnis, silahkan. Aku nggak akan memaksakan buat semua teman-teman alumni buat menjadi business owner atau terjun di dunia tersebut. Tapi semisal teman-teman udah punya keinginan ataupun ketertarikan, silahkan dicoba, jangan ditunda-tunda lagi. Terus buat teman-teman yang mau mencoba bisnis, saran dari aku, teman-teman harus tahu dulu kira-kira apa peluang bisnis yang cocok dengan teman-teman. Jadi nggak asal melihat, oh ini ada peluang ABCDE, terus teman-teman maksa ke situ, padahal mungkin teman-teman kurang tertarik atau apa. Tapi teman-teman tahu dulu, oh aku punya kelebihan ini, aku punya ini. Coba teman-teman korelasikan hal tersebut. Ketika udah cukup ada korelasinya, silakan buat dikembangkan seperti itu. Terus jangan malu juga sih untuk bertanya, karena dulu aku jujur anaknya kurang banyak bertanya sama alumni-alumni sebelumnya atau mungkin sama mentor-mentor lainnya. Aku baru sadar ketika menjalani bisnis 1-2 tahun ini, dan sekarang aku sangat membutuhkan mereka, khususnya alumni-alumni yang terjun di dunia bisnis juga. Dan alhamdulillah setahu aku di Agri itu juga menyediakan itu. Kayak waktu itu aku pernah ketemu sama beberapa alumni juga. Pokoknya buat teman-teman yang mau terjun di dunia bisnis, jangan berpikir panjang karena kalian nggak akan tahu gimana kedepannya kalau kalian belum coba hal itu. Wajar kok semisal teman-teman di awal masih bingung kayak apa cocok atau enggak. Kalau nggak dicoba kan pasti nggak tahu. Oke, mungkin kalau dari aku, dari pengalaman aku kuliah di Agribusiness UMY sekitar 7 tahun lalu ya. Kalau dari lulus paling di 4 tahun lalu lah ya. 4 tahun lalu harapannya semoga di agribisnis khususnya itu makin banyak pelatihan-pelatihan bisnis kayak ternyata bisnis itu tiap hari, tiap bulan tuh terus berkembang teman-teman. Jadi kalau kita nggak upgrade, kayak misalnya sekarang kan lagi trennya itu di sosial media yang benar-benar diaktifasi kayak gitu tuh, digencarkan lagi. Terus perbanyak juga pertemuan-pertemuan dengan mungkin yang alumni-alumni yang sudah berhasil atau mungkin yang terjun di dunia tersebut. Itu deh apapun ya, mau dia bisnis ataupun hal lainnya. Jadi teman-teman yang baru mau lulus itu punya gambaran, oh si alumni kita tuh ada yang kerja di sini dan ternyata mengalami kayak gini, terus prosesnya seperti ini. Oh ternyata si alumni kita yang ini juga sebelumnya dia nggak hanya kerja di satu tempat, tapi dia memang pindah-pindah dan akhirnya dia baru menemukan tempat yang cocok. Jadi banyak sudut pandang yang bisa diterima sama teman-teman calon wisuda, seperti calon wisudawan. Mungkin kalau dari aku tuh sih banyak kegiatan-kegiatan yang seperti itu. Jangan lupa untuk teman-teman untuk gabung ke Agribusiness UMY.
Muhammadiyah derapkan langkah, bangkitkan tasdid, kibarkan dakwah, amal usaha jalan berkiprah, ridho Allah melimpah berkah.
Muhammadiyah teguhkan asa, majukan umat, jayakan bangsa, bumikan Islam sinari zaman, rahmati Allah. Di Solo cari ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama majukan Indonesia. Di Solo cari ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama cerahkan semesta. Sang surya suluh peradaban, Aisyah gerak bersama, majukan umat, jayakan bangsa, bumikan Islam sinari zaman, rahmati Allah. Di Solo cari ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama majukan Indonesia. Di Solo cari ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama cerahkan semesta. Sang surya suluh peradaban,
Muhammadiyah lintasi gerak Islam berkemajuan, sebagai sawah pencerahan, wujudkan cita-cita Islam.
di Solo cari ukhuwah, muktamar satukan langkah, bersama majukan Indonesia.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the Summer School on Tropical Agribusiness 2025. Now we have two more speakers before closing. And for the next speaker, fourth speaker is Mrs. Ika Ratnasari as Ecom. Mrs. Ika, are you there?
Yes.
Hello Mrs. Ika, how are you today?
Hi, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Ika, with the topic the challenge and opportunities of ornamental plants export business, yes?
Yes.
Okay. Ornamental plants are more than just beauty, they are an economic opportunity with global demands increasing and Indonesia rich biodiversity give you strong potential in the export market and however challenge in regulation and quality remain and maybe Ms. Rika can explain about the regulation maybe or what the quality for the export, yeah? Okay, Mr. Ika,
Yes.
Mrs. Ika, sorry. And you have 75 minutes, 50 minutes for conveys your material and 25 minutes for Q&A.
Okay.
Okay. Times is
Thank
your
you.
okay.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for this big opportunity for New Plan, especially for me, because this is such an honor to be this session. And I hope that today I can introduce about ornamental plants business. Because in agriculture, ornamental plants business is not good enough as attention for so many people because the commodity is about the food commodity and also about herbs and spices. But sometimes we forget that we have ornamental plants potential. For the first time, I want to introduce myself. My name is Ika Ratmasari S. Ikom. I'm from bachelor degree from UPN Yogyakarta with communication study programs. It's such an fun facts about me because I'm from communications program study, but I have a business in agriculture. And for the next, we're gonna talk about Nusa Plan. What is Nusa Plan? What is the potential of export ornamental plants potential? We're gonna talk after this time. For the first is the opportunities and challenges of ornamental plants export business. We start with introduce about what is Nusa plants. Next, okay, it's so small in my. Nusa Plant is a company engaged in the rescue, cultivation, conservation, and commercialization about Indonesians endemic and also native plants of Indonesians local plants. And the company was established in 2018 in Yogyakarta. Start with domestic market, and we expanded into the company at 2022 with export surfing and also the international market. Until now, we still export plants to around 25 different countries in the world. Okay, next. Since 2022, we start exporting so many types of Indonesian local plants, and it's really export in 150 shipment to 25 different country. It's like in USA, Europe, and also Middle East and Asian. We start into 2022 until now, and it's so many challenges and also opportunities when we start the business. And then we have 300 more different types of plants, endemic and also native plants from Indonesia. We cultivate it in our nursery. And we also have active in conservation. We doing conservation with national institutions. Like in Indonesia, we know about the Taman Mini Indonesia Indah and also Kebun Raya Bogor. Maybe some people from Indonesia know about that. And then we have a university partnership for internship programs. In New South Wales, start in 2023, we start have so many different students from around Indonesia, from especially agriculture concentrations, not only from Yogyakarta, but we also have from another city from Indonesia, like from Payakumbuh, Padang, Jakarta, and from East Java. And in 2024, we start open our hub in Amsterdam with the name is NL, and we join several times to some exhibition in Europe. In 2024 until 2025, we might join about 6 different exhibition in Europe. Okay, next. And about the opportunities, when we say about or we talk about business, we need to know about the potential and also the risk. And the opportunity, we're gonna talk about the opportunities first. It's about positive market growth. The global ornamental plant market is estimated to reach 50 billion USD in 2023 and is projected to grow at CAGR or compound annual growth rate of 5 to 6% of 70 billion USD in 2030. It means that it's such a big potential to us because it still have a market and also the potential. And then we are in Indonesia, and also people in tropical climates like in Asia, like Indonesia, Malaysia, or Thailand. We just have 2 seasons at a year. It means that we just have a rain and summer session. Different like in Europe or country with 4 seasons, they have a winter. So the winter is a very big challenges to parents, because it's sometimes they have a snow and they have a minus temperature. Okay, and next, because we are from a tropical country, so we have a tropical climate. In Indonesia, we have a high humidity and abundance of sunlight when it's really important to plants growth. And you know that because we are crossed by Ecuador, that's really give us some of benefits. And cultivations can be carried cultivation can be carried out throughout the year, ensuring product sustainability. Because we don't have a winter, so we don't really have a big challenge in a climate. Because when we have a high humidity, high abundance of sunlight, so our cultivation is going good because of the climate. And after the things is efficient production costs are resulting in completely priced products, because we have efficient production costs. It can be a competitive price dibanding apa sih? Compare than Europe or USA country, because in Europe and the USA they have so high costs to get the operational, like high paid human, and also the resources like the listrik apa? Electricity. Sorry. Okay. Next, after we talk about the tropical climates, we're gonna talk about unique geographical conditions. As we know that Indonesia, as an archipelagic nation comprising 380 islands, resulting an extremely high level of floral diversity. That's why Indonesia's local plants have a place in the international market, because we have a so unique and so many different character at the plant. So that's why so many people in around the world love these things. And many of these plants are endemic. We talk about endemic plants. Endemic, it means that they only grow in one regions, and they are not found in others area. These conditions makes the variety of local plants product in Indonesia highly diverse, rare and exotic, with the potential to become a trend in the market. And after about the unique geographical condition, we're gonna talk about ornamental plants become a necessity for modern lifestyle. You know that now healthy lifestyle is very happening into our life, and not only for the young generations, but in all generations, we gonna be so close with nature. The issue about the global warming is in the last decade, people lifestyle have changed significantly, and we try to create the jungle in our home, yeah, because Indonesians local plants are so many collection from a jungle, so they want to make the jungle come to their home. Okay, next. We talk about the potential of the market. We have the large and stable market, not dependent on the domestic condition. When we have a unstable political and economical, sometimes in your country you have some issue for this, but it not happen in other countries. So because we are exporter, so we can have a potential market, because not about not dependent on the unstable political or unstable economic. So that's still make you change to do your business. And then number two, you know that like in four seasons country, winter is a very nightmare, because when winters come, they no sunlight. They need to take care of the plants with growth pain, or some of specific maintenance, and it costs so many price for the electricity and also the facility. That's why in winter so many plants are died, and then they gonna prepare to order, waiting for the summer. So the peak season of the exporter order is when the summers come. So when summers come, the order is like so busy traffic, because they need to wait until the suns come. And in tropical country, we sometimes hate the weather of the sun bathing, but in another country with the winter seasons, they really need sunlight. And because we have a partner in Amsterdam, it's happened to our collection in based in Amsterdam. When they are winter come, our plants dying. So when the weather start warm, we gonna send the plants again. So we really have the stocks for the next exhibition in Europe. And then Indonesia's trade and economics agreement. It's really make an such a benefit for exporter and also the buyer because like Indonesia and Europe have an agreement with import tax with zero import tax. It's really good for us as exporters because uh, before this agreement, when you send the plants to Europe, the import tax it start at 25%. So if you send plants with price maybe €1,000, so your buyer need to pay €250 tax. It's so high tax for buying some plants or import some things from Indonesia. So with this agreement, it's really good condition for us because zero tax is can compress the price after the plants come to the destinations. Okay, next. Okay, after we talk about the opportunities, we need to know about the challenges because as an exporter, it's not easy to face these challenges because we are 3 years operation, so we start to know about the challenges and how to solve the problem. And I'm gonna tell you about the challenges of being an exporter from Indonesia, especially. The prevalence of fraudsters posing as exporters from Indonesia makes it difficult to find trust from the buyers. And therefore, there are several things that must be in place in order to gain the trust of potential buyers, including for the first things is a network. As an exporter and a new exporter, we need to have a good networking, good connection to build your trust, to gain your trust for your buyers. Like how you can create your networking. Like New South Line, we built our connection with so many people, like with government, and then with university, with academics, with community, and also the partner of exporter, another exporter. We need to have the good connecting with them, good relationship, not only good connection, but good relationship because we really need this ecosystem. We really need their support to us. And then after we talk about network, we're gonna talk about infrastructures. Infrastructure is a very important thing because with our infrastructure, our buyer can check our company. Why I said about the company, because if you want to export, you need be a company. The paperwork and the regulation is need when and you need to be a company like PT or CV in Indonesia. And infrastructure have two point. First is apa pi? Physical and non-physical infrastructure. Physical infrastructure like your office, like in New South Wales we have office and we also have a greenhouse. And you need to expose your greenhouse, your company activity, so they really know that you are really a company with your office, with your greenhouse, with your cultivation activity, and also trading activity. And non-physical infrastructure is like social media. It's like Instagram, website. Website is really important because sometimes when you need to gain the trust, sometimes they don't want to transactional as a personally. But when they can make a transactional in a website. It's more safe for the buyers and also the sellers. And then after we talk about infrastructure is about legality. You need to process your legality of your company because it's gonna be verified at your country. So because you are verified as a company, so when your buyer try to check, they can check your company in your government or your country. It's really important because so many scammers are personally in a transaction. But if you are have a legality and you are registered in your country, so you need to think twice before you scam people. And then after legality, we have a product knowledge. Product knowledge is a very important when you start a business because you need to tell about your product so good to your customers, and not only about talking about your product, but you can classify what your buyers needed. So it's really important to know about the country, about the what they needed, like is they are a beginners, is they are a just customer or buyer or user, or it's that it's a seller, because you can give recommendations about the products, how to care, how to handle it in the destinations, because we have a different climate. And then after about the product knowledge, we need to specific concern about the service. Why? Good service is very good things to gain the trust. Or when you can give the good service, like how you can handle your customer, how you can menjelaskan, explain about the process of the export transactional or about the import plan. You need to give the clearly information to your customers about the process of the orders, about the regulations, about the risk, and about the guarantee to your customer. So good. So because it can make the transaction is clearly at the first, so they don't feel like we are scamming him about the regulation, about the how to handle these plans after they come, and also about the guarantee, because it cross another country. So it's really important to give informations and also term and condition to your customers. And then service is include with the guarantee. Like I said, that when you give this good service, you also give a good guarantee. The guarantee is about you really you can inform the terms and conditions about the guarantee, about how the plans is come, about the conditions, and how big the damage of the plant's conditions. So when you can talk about the guarantee, it's helping you and also the customer. So it's good for you, both of us as a buyer and a seller. And then next, after guarantee, we talk about recommendations. Recommendation is a very important when we are a new exporter, because we don't have a portfolio before, or some of people are scared to order with us because we don't have some experience. So recommendations is a very important and a very good for this order, because when we someone give us recommendations, they then your buyer is trust with us, like maybe from the another exporter, or because we have a good connection with government, with the university, so people know that we are a professional in this business. That's why from the good connection, and then they can give recommendations And also when we once people recommended us to another people, we need to be a good and professional in our business. And after recommendations, last is experience, about the experience. Because we are 3 years in this business, we have so many experience with the good and bad experience when our package are failed to come to the customers. So we really learn about how to handle this business so good, about how to minimalize risk when we send the plans, about regulations, and then about how the plans can come to the country, to the destination with maximum just 10 up 20 persons damage or fail. We really always try uh, to find how to handle this plan so good so they can come so good at the destinations. Okay, after we talk about trust, we're gonna talk about another challenges. Next is regulations. Yeah, you know that some people are for the first time talking about the export regulation. So many people say that, oh, it's really hard to know about the regulation. Oh, the government is not support us or something like that. But you know that regulation is something dynamic, like economic, like politic. Regulations are dynamic, so we need to learn about the changes of the regulations. The export of ornamental plants is classified as high risk because ornamental plants are considered a medium that has the potential to carry pests. Or in Indonesia, we call it organisme pengganggu tanaman. In agriculture student, maybe you really know about things about OPT, organisme pengganggu tanaman, or pests, because we send live plants, live things. So maybe it's contaminated with some pests or some fungi jamur tuh fungi. That's why the regulation is so strict with this export activity. And different countries have different regulations. So before you export the plant, you need to know about the regulation of the country. Like for the example, from Indonesia to Korea, some of species of the plants are banned from Korea. So you need to make sure that the customer's order is not on the banned list. And also the Europe, we have they have a different regulations about the treatment of the plants your sand, like in Germany or Amsterdam. Almost all Europe country is need special treatment to insecticide your plants before the quarantine process. So you need to really know about the regulations, because it's important things. When you don't really know about the regulations and your export documents or your plants packaging is not specific like what the regulation in your destinations, they gonna destroy your package, and it's give you some of bad things to your business. And then the export and import of ornamental plants is subject to regulations that are the responsibility of an authority of several departments, the governments of the country of origin and the destinations. we talk about the regulation. It's not only in the destinations, but in Indonesia, the regulation is changed. Sometimes the regulation change without an information. So when our package is on the way and the regulation is changed, it makes some problem for us as exported. So it's really important to know about the regulations. Okay, next. After we talk about regulations, we talk about shipping and distribution methods. Some of people thinks that export is it's might in containers in a huge quantity, but no. In ornamental plants export business, you don't need to send the plants with a huge quantity with the yes, with the containers, because that's why it's a potential and also interest thing business, because in ornamental plants everything's count by piece, not by kilograms, not by not by kilograms. When you buy some plants and you buy 1,000 plants, it counts by piece, not by the kilograms. So difference like food commodity. In ornamental plants, the value is as much as the quantity is a big price for this. And I'm gonna show you about the package when we send the plants to another country. It's like this package is going to Germany. Yeah. Oh, burung ya. Yeah, just like this. Oh, different. Now, maybe you can see the package. It's just a small package. But it costs berapa? This costs about 3,000 euros. Yeah. So you don't need a big quantity for got the big money, because in ornamental plants they count by piece, and the price is so variative. And with the quantity of the sending of plants, we can choose the shipping methods. Like not all export destinations country have airports or access to shipping or courier service. And conflicts and wars in a region can hinder the distribution process. It's like what happens in Russia, because Russia in a war with Ukraine. So Europe are embargo Russia. So like DHL, a courier like DHL or UPS are not going to Russia. And it's a problem if you are sending the package with a courier or like UPS, like DHL. So if your customer come from Russia, maybe the solution is by an air cargo. So you need to know your destinations, about the airports, about the conflicts, because it's can be a factor that your shipping gonna fail or success. And then when we try to identify the right courier or shipping, we need to know about the package volume. About when you want to use air cargo, it has a minimum weight or volume, about 40 kilos volume. So if your package is a small package with maybe about the 5 or 10 kilos, so you cannot use the air cargo, because it's too expensive if you pay for just 5 kilos package, but you need to pay about 40 kilos volume. So you can use the DHL or UPS if your package are small. And about the package volume, you really maybe some people thinks about the how about the containers orders. If you use the containers order, you need to use C containers, but we are not recommended this type of shipping method because it took time so long and your commodity is life plants, so maybe it's gonna make your plants are uh, die or in a bad condition. And then product type. Product type is important to know because you need to know about the how to handle it, how the adaptation. So if you have a buyers, you need to know how the condition of their greenhouse or nursery or maybe home, because some users or buyers, they don't have a nursery or greenhouse like in Indonesia. So you need to know how the product's gonna be adaptation in their destinations. And then the last is a buyer's need. We really need to know about buyer's need, about the types of the plants they really want. Like in Europe, some people don't like some plants with high apa? High price, and they don't like plants with high maintenance to carry, because they really know when the winters come, it's really hard to keep it. So they really happy to have the easy plants to care, and they don't like to buy plants with the high price because it's not rational for them. So just don't give them high price plants to Europe. But in Japan, they really love to challenging. So if you talk about order to Japan, they like to collecting some unique plants and some rare plants, even they are really need some high maintenance apa sih perawatan facility. So different country have different habits. So we need to know and to learn about this so we can classify the plans to promote to the destinations. After we talk about shipping and distribution, the part of the most important thing, because we are selling plants, selling products, is a product quality, because it's distribute to around the world with different climates, with different seasons, with different geographical. So every exporter must understand product quality, because not all products are suitable for export, like perishable, easily damaged, very difficult to maintain. It's sometimes happens to our orders. Sometimes when customer put the order, I ask first, is that very first time you caring about jungle plants, or do you have some growth in, or have you have carried these plants before? Because sometimes they are impressed with the beautiful leaf, beautiful patterns, beautiful colors, but they don't really know about how to handle this plant. So if they are a beginner, but they choose some high 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 maintenance plants, or easily damaged or difficult to maintain, sometimes we give him or give them another choice to put the plant, because we don't want our customer are sad because when the plants come they cannot handle the plants. in Indonesians, ornamental plants are new to the market and were only introduced in 2020. So not all types meet export standards yet. Cultivation is the solutions to improve product quality because this is a new product, newcomers in the ornamental plant business. So we really need to cultivate it with a good quality to send this around the world, and it happens until now. And we also have a tissue culture laboratory to cultivations in Indonesian's local plants. And after we talk about product quality, we're gonna talk about production's quantity. Next. Okay, after the quality, we need to talk about the production quantity because ensure that production and sales capacity are balanced. Because if you have a high demand but you don't have the stocks, it's gonna be a problem. So that's why start in 2023 we start have a tissue culture laboratory and have a research to tissue culture the plants, Indonesian ornamental plants with a good quality and also in a good quantity, because good quantity without quality is bad. And we want the both of them are grow together, the quality and also the quantity, and optimize the role of partners in production. And like what we do in Nusa plants, because we just have a small greenhouse, but we have so many different type of plants we have it, so we start to join with local farmers in especially in Yogyakarta, because I stay in Yogyakarta. We give them some plants to be cultivated in their greenhouse, and we're gonna buy back the plants when we need it to send it to our customers. Okay, thank you so much. Maybe it's just simple things that I can share about all of you. I'm sorry if my English or my communication is not good enough, but I hope that you can inspire to build some agriculture business, because it's really have a big potential. I'm just from communication study programs, but we really have so much fun with this business about how to handle these beautiful plants, how to educate so many people about these beautiful plants from Indonesia. And it have a big potential too for us as business. So I hope that so many friends of there, you can start a business someday with agriculture concentrations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Ika Ratnasari, for amazing material. And from Mrs. Eka, we show that exporting ornamental plants is not only about the demand market, yeah, but also about meeting regulation and maintaining quality. And at the same time, it offers great opportunities for Indonesia. And now, may I invite the audience? Is there anyone who would like to ask a question for Mrs. Eka? Sorry, Mrs. Ika. Okay, Mrs. Ika, we have question in the chat box from Tasha Aina Saputri, UMY. Hello, Mrs. Ika. Your presentation was very good and interesting. I would like to ask how to make buyers believe while there are many export competitors in Indonesia, and make buyers believe that Nusa Plant products are good and original from Indonesia.
Okay, thank you so much for this question. It's a good question because you know that in Indonesia we have so many exporters from around Indonesia with different specific plants. like Indonesia plants, we are specifically in Indonesian's local plants. How to make the buyers believe is about expose your activity in your company or like in your greenhouse. Like we always, you can check our Instagram at nusaplan.official, nusaplan.official. uh, you maybe not find about review the plans or products, but we also post about our activity in our greenhouse, like when we are cultivating, when we are packing, when we are meet the government or the university, and also the internship activity. Because you show about your activity, the buyers can believe that, oh, it's a real company, because legit, you are legit. Because if you are not professional at your at your business, then why you can be collaborated with university or government. So it's important to show your activity to your social media. And about the packing, you can show how you handle the plans, how the paperwork or documents from you are very complete. So the service is make you look different with the others. That's why it's very important to give a good service. So it can give a place for you than the others exported from Indonesia. But you know that in exporters ecosystem, as a same exporter, we have a good relation. We support each other. So sometimes we need their help. Sometimes they need our help. So it's important to have a good relationship with the others. Okay, it's that enough to answer this question, Okta Fauzia?
Okay. The question from Tasha, Miss, and we have another question from Okta. Yeah.
Oh yeah, from Okta.
Okay, from Okta, we have question. How is Nusa Plan facing the challenge or of regulatory change in Indonesia and other countries?
Okay.
Okay.
We need to updating the information. Some information are come from the customers, but sometimes it comes from a quarantine department. So that's why we really need to have a good connection with also the government, like the quarantine department, because some of the change of the regulations it informed to the quarantine department. Sometimes after they got the informations, they gonna socialization to us as an exporter. And we also, if we don't really know about the regulation of the destinations, like maybe like Austria, because even they are from Europe, but they have a different regulations from like Amsterdam or Germany. Sometimes we ask in our exporter friends about, have you sent to Austria? How about the regulations? How about the all of the peraturan tuh ya, regulation ya, the regulations. So we ask so many as we can when we don't really know about the regulations. But in Indonesia, especially in Yogyakarta, the quarantine department is a very supportive government. So they really help us when we don't really know about the regulation. They try to find the information of the regulations. Okay, it's the answer. It's enough.
Check. Okay, thank you, Miss Ika. And we have another question, Miss.
Okay.
Okay, we have another question from FH Alfaida from UMY. In your opinion, which challenge trust, regulations, shipping, product quality, or production quantity is the most urgent to address first, and why? And what strategies could Nusa Plan use to build long-term trust with international buyers, Miss?
Okay, thank you for this good question from Eva. For the first challenge is about trust. Because trust is the CEO say that trust is the foundation. Because without trust, then people not put the orders. And if no orders, no regulations, no shipping, no everything. So the first is trust. Because Indonesia is the most scammers country for the ornamental plants business, and that's the very big challenge for us when you are start export. So the answer is trust. So that's why I put trust in the first things, because when you got trust, you gain trust, then the order come to your company, come to your shop. So it's really important is gain the trust first. And about the how to build a long-term trust with international buyers is uh, good service. Some of orders from our customer, we always put the extra plans, free extra plans to them. So it's happy if you are got the gift from others, and we always put the extra plans to the customers. And we try to give the good service, like how we are really informative to our buyers. We need to tell about the progress, everything, the progress to our buyers, because we have a different country. So we need to really informative about the progress of the orders, so they don't think overthinking about the orders. It's like how long the plans come, about maybe when we apply the document and it's took time, even the document not ready, but we need to still talk about the progress to the customers. And good communicative, good service, and good quality of the products is our strategies to build a long-term connection with our customers. Okay, is that enough for the answer?
Okay, very good answer, Miss. Okay. Maybe we are still have minutes for the question, but maybe this is the last question from me, Mrs. Eka.
Yes.
Okay, I'm curious. Like, if students want to start a business, which ornamental plant would you recommend as a starting point from our age, our student as a student? Thank you.
Yeah. Maybe you can start with the common plants. Common plants is like anthuriums, philodendron. They are easy to maintenance with the cheap price. So you can try with this low risk plants. And for your informations, because we have so many internship students here, so many of our internship is start to selling a plants with our collection in here, and they are so happy when the plants are sell out or sold out, and they start to learn about the ID of the plants, about the price, about the maintenance, about the service. Some of them even they are finished to internship. They sometimes come to our office to sharing, and you can start with common things, because if you start with like Indonesians local plants, it's so many type of plants, and different types have a different apa sih, maintenance. So if you want to start, just start with small things like what we start before we are come to be exporters. I start this business with just 15,000 until 100,000 rupiahs plans. So it starts with a very small things, small plants. After you know about this business, about the challenges with the domestic market, and you start to get the lead from the international market. So you know, it's like when people say just go with the flow. Start with small thing, and when everything's come, you can learning by doing. Maybe it's like that.
Okay, thank you very much for your recommendation, yeah, Miss. And okay, guys, you are still have any question for Mrs. Eka or no? Sorry, Mrs. Ika. If no, thank you very much for your insightful, Miss Eka. And now, for before finish the session, let's use take a group photo with Mrs. Eka. Please kindly turn on your camera, guys, and the operator will take a picture. Okay. Please turn on your camera. Okay. 1, 2, 3. One more again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Mrs. Ika, thank you very much for your presentation today. And
welcome.
okay, and maybe please send your material to our contact, because usually the audience want to learn more. Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Eka. And we are moved to next session for the last session, Summer School on Tropical Agribusiness 2025. The last speaker, Dr. Bagus Setiabudi Wiwoho. Are you there, Doctor? Hello?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, Doctor. How are you today?
I'm good. I'm good. How are you today?
Alhamdulillah, I'm good. Okay, Doctor, you are in there. And with the topic agribusiness, land cover and livelihood, geographical pathway to resilient tropical food system, and your time is 75 minutes. 50 minutes for your explaining your material, and 25 minutes for Q&A, Doctor.
Okay.
Okay, time is yours, Doctor.
Okay, give me 1 minute to prepare
Sure.
everything because I use two devices
Okay,
here.
sure, sure.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Have you seen my screen?
No, doctor. Still nothing your share screen.
Wait.
Do you need help from operator, doctor? Maybe you can send your material.
Yeah, yeah. Wait a minute. Can I use my the other another device? I have signed in, but
Okay.
I cannot share. I use two devices. Can you give me a permission to share?
Okay, okay. You can share your material.
Okay.
Okay.
I will send it to Mr. Zaki.
Okay,
Dr.
sure.
Zaki.
Okay, sure, sure. We will waiting for your material.
Yeah. Yes, I have sent it to Dr. Zaki.
Okay, thank you very much, doctor. Please wait. welcome back, guys. And the last speaker is Dr. Bagustia Budiwiwoho. Are you still there, Doctor?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, the commit already have your material, and the material is the agribusiness, land cover, and livelihood, geographical pathway to resilient tropical food system. Correct, Doctor?
Yeah.
Okay,
That's right.
correct. Okay, Doctor. I want to remembering you that you have 75 minutes, yeah, 50 minutes for your confess your material and 25 minutes for Q&A. And okay, Doctor, please open your camera.
Wait.
Okay.
I have opened my camera.
Okay, Doctor, time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for having me in this session. I'm sorry because I have a trouble to connect my device into the share screen. May I introduce myself? My name is Bagus Wiwoho. I'm a lecturer at Geography Department, Universitas Negeri Malang. Next, please. Okay, in this slide, I would like to speak about the complexity of food system under tropical climate change, with particularly attention to Java's context. We have known that agriculture must be understood not as an isolated activity, but as also complex adaptive system. It involves, as you can see, biophysical, economic, and socio-political interaction that are deeply intertwined. In Java, these systems are under mounting stress from climate variability, urban expansion, and shifting economic drivers. Food systems, importantly, are not linear supply chains. We have to know that. And they consist of multiple interconnect subsystems, such as biological system, economic system, political system, health system, and social system, where we have to know that those subsystems are interconnected. Resilience, therefore, requires an understanding of feedback loops, resource flows, and decision-making structures. And in this session, I would like to tell that climate change acts as disruptive force across all these subsystems. It alters availability constraint, accessibility, and challenges of the sustainability of food production and distribution. Addressing this disruption demands integrated strategies that do not treat agriculture in isolation, but instead recognize the interdependencies between environment, economy, and society. Next, please. In this slide, I would like to highlight the importance of geospatial technologies in agriculture. In an era where climate change and population growth place increasing pressure on food systems, geospatial tools provide us with a systematic and synoptic platform to observe the Earth and understand changes at multiple scales. First, I would like to tell about the geospatial technologies allow us to monitor climate impact in real time, from shifting rainfall patterns to drought stress. And these tools enables us to detect and inform adaptation strategies for farmers and policymakers. And we can use this also as for optimizing resources. And also we can use the geospatial insight contribute to strengthening food security and supply chains by tracking production and transportation and also distribution network. We can identify vulnerabilities and design more resilient systems that ensure food reach communities even during times of stress. And we have a quote for geospatial data that good data visualization doesn't just show about the data, but it tells us about a story that resonate, inform, and inspire action. So geospatial technologies do exactly this. They transform raw data into insight that not only improve agricultural productivity, but also strengthen resilient sustainability in the face of global challenges. Next, please. Yeah, in this slide, I will discuss about how geospatial technologies are being applied in our project, Koneksi project, to address challenges in rice farming under climate change. This framework begins with the site level, where we define and map areas categorized as potentially usable agricultural land, or we can use the term POA. This provides the spatial foundation for analysis. From this step, and then we move to the land dimension, where geospatial tools are used to quantify the magnitude and distribution of rice farm losses. And this step is very critical in identifying hotspots of vulnerability. And then the climate component comes into focus. Using climate models and spatial data, we try to characterize the projected near future climate, particularly changes in rainfall or precipitation and temperature. These variables are vital because they directly affect rice productivity. And for the fourth element is yield. In here, we try to assess ecological zones under both existing and projected climate conditions, identifying areas where rice farming may remain viable and those where risks are intensifying. And finally, all of this information converges on people. By mapping the vulnerability of rice farming system, the project highlights where farmers and communities are most at risk, enabling targeted intervention that are both socially and environmentally responsive. This sequence from site to people demonstrate how geospatial technologies create an integrated evidence base. They enable us not only to monitor but also to support better decision making for adaptation, resilience, and long-term food security. Next, please. Okay, this is how we work to identify and map peri-urban areas. Peri-urban zones represent critical transition space between urban and rural systems, and understanding them is essential for agricultural planning, research, or sustainable urban development. Our approach began with deriving context through literature review, focusing on Indonesia and broader to South East Asia region. From this, we try to select criteria specific to PUA in Java, ensuring they were grounded in both local realities and global framework. And then we translated these criteria into measurable variables using publicly available data, including spatial data and non-spatial data sets such as BPS statistic. These were then aligned at district level and enabling us to capture local nuance to make the analysis robust and comparable across region. And then we develop scoring system, applying standardized values that are both easily calculated and systematically evaluated. And then this scoring enable us to normalize indicators into 0 to 1 range, which could then be mapped using GIS dataset. With this methodology, we applied the framework to all districts in Java. And the result was a clear mapping of peri-urban area using GIS. And we use GIS tool to visualize spatial patterns of land use, vulnerability, and transformation. In this slide, we can show that this work demonstrates how geospatial and statistical integration can produce actionable insight for urban and rural interface management. By identifying and mapping PUA, we are better positioned to address challenges of land conversion, food security, and sustainable urban expansion. Next, please. This slide illustrates how we applied multiple geospatial data to identify and map peri-urban area in Java. For this slide, we focus on Jakarta region. Pre-urban area highly dynamic spaces shaped by urban expansion and rural transformation. To capture this complexity, we combine several indicators. As you can see, we use land use data, and then nighttime light intensity, road density, population growth, public facilities data from OpenStreetMap, and green vegetation fraction, and also impervious surface fraction for detecting ecological impact of urban sprawl. By integrating these variables, we generate a POA score ranging from high to low. Areas with POA scores are those most likely to exhibit peri-urban characteristic, while low scores are associated with urban or rural zone. In this map, you can see that Jakarta, how peri-urban urbanization is concentrated around the city boundaries, where pressure from urban growth and agriculture retreat is most intense. In short, peri-urban is not just a spatial phenomenon, but it is a systematic challenge that gives spatial data provide the evidence base to address it. Next, please. Okay. This is our framework when we work on this project. This project begins with land use data and drivers, combining maps from 2000 and 2020, and we use also physical, economic, and social drivers. This input and then feed into modeling process built around cellular automata, Markov, and transition modeling approach. Using change analysis, we try to construct transition probability matrix and suitable maps, which allow us to predict how land is likely to evolve under different scenarios. Through this method, we can generate simulated land use maps, validate them against observed data, and then we project future scenarios for 2030, 40. Certainly, the model is flexible, allowing us to incorporate land use policy changes and evaluate their implication. On the right side, you can see how this projection translates into real-world insight by detecting district-wise changes we identify hotspot of urbanization and rice field loss. And in summary, for this slide, this modeling framework demonstrates how geospatial analysis can bridge the gap between environmental change, demographic dynamic, and food security, ultimately supporting evidence-based policy and resilience planning. Okay. Next, please. Okay. In this slide, we can see two maps and one bar graph on the side. On the left, you see the spatial patterns of urban growth and rice field change between 2000 and 2020. To the top of the map highlights the persistence, gain, and loss of built-up areas, while the bottom map illustrates similar pattern for rice fields. Together, we can say that it shows a clear story as urban area expand, particularly around city clusters. Rice fields are being lost often in some of the most productive agriculture zones. On the right, we have a land use transition chart showing both historic data and simulated scenario through 2050 under a business as usual trajectory. Here, built-up areas shown in red steadily increase, while rice shown in light green, it shows a gradual but significant decline. At the same time, other land categories, such as dryland agriculture, estate crops, and industrial forest fluctuated depending on pressures from population growth and economic development. In this model has been validated with kappa performance scores, giving us confidence in this projections. And finally, for this slide, this analysis highlights a central challenge for Java's future, balancing urban growth with agricultural preservation. Geospatial modeling gives us the evidence base to inform policymakers, helping to anticipate risks and design strategies for sustainable land management. Next, please. Okay. On the left maps, we have two maps and two bar graph here. On the left, we can see the map shows spatial patterns between 2000 and 2020. The upper map tracks build-up area expansion, while the lower map shows rice field persistence and loss. We clearly see a pattern that urban growth is concentrated in the city cluster, and the rice fields are disappearing in these same areas. On the right, the bar chart compare historical and simulated land use change up to 2050 under the same scenario. And the key message from this slide is Java's future depends on balancing urban development with agricultural and preservation. Next, please. Yeah. We have a two-line graph on the left. The two-line graphs illustrate monthly rainfall for Jakarta region under different climate scenario. The top is for 2030 and the bottom for 2050. Across all SCP pathways, rainfall follows the same seasonal cycle, but the peaks and troughs become more pronounced. In particular, the dry season around July to September shows a sharper dip compared to historical records, indicating greater drought risk. On the right, the bar chart summarizes projected extreme wet and dry conditions across major urban regions on Java based on SPI values, standardized precipitation index. The top panels show areas at risk of extreme wet events, while the bottom panels show drought exposure. Two key patterns emerge that in Surabaya with purple are more prone to drought, especially under high emission scenario like LCV 8.5. In contrast, Bandung with the orange color faces a more extremely wet condition with a large area affected by floods and heavy rainfall. Together, this projection suggests double challenges. Some area in Java will experience more frequent and severe droughts, while others will face intensifying flood risk. So, in short, that we can tell about this slide, planning for climate adaptation in Java must be region specific, targeting both drought resilience and flood preparedness. Next, please. Okay. On the left, we see LCP 4.5 at the top and LCP 8.5 at the bottom. The green area represent very low vulnerability, while yellow and red indicate increasing vulnerability. Under the moderate emission pathways, most rice areas remain in low to very low classes. But under high emission scenario, by mid to late century, we see a clear shift towards higher vulnerability, especially in Central Java and Eastern Java. Looking at the pie chart on the right, this tracks the number of districts classified as very low vulnerability. In most regions like Jakarta and Yogyakarta, the numbers stay relatively stable to slightly declining over time. But in Bandung area, the drop is sharper, meaning rice farms here are likely to become more vulnerable and much earlier. Finally, in the bar chart at the bottom right, summarize how rice farming areas shift across high, medium, and low vulnerability classes. We can already see that the proportion of high vulnerability area increased in 2050 and 2070, while fewer remains in the very low category. Next, please. In this chart, we try to present projected climate change in Java under SCP 4.5 and 8.5 using high-resolution data from CCAFS dataset. As we look forward to the 2030 to 2080, we can observe two key trends. First, annual precipitation is projected to remain variable, with no consistent increase or decrease across regions like Jakarta, Bandung, Jogja, and Surabaya. However, some regions such as Surabaya may experience slightly reduced rainfall in the future. Second, mean temperatures are projected to increase steadily across all regions, with notable warming by 2080. These changes underscore the need for adaptive planning, especially in urban and agricultural systems, to ensure resilience against a warming and potentially more unpredictable climate. Next, please. Okay. In this slide, I would like to explain about the spatial agroecological modeling using GIZ to PIZ. This model is built by FAO, and we use this to estimate the yield production from a rice field. The main idea from GIZ to PIZ is GIZ, or Global Agroecological Zone, originally provides data at 10-kilometer resolution. This has been refined to PIZ, or Python Agroecological Zone, which operates at 1-kilometer resolution, allowing much finer spatial detail in yield modeling across Java. This map shows average attainable rice yield. We can see top map, that's a more fast scale, and the bottom is refined, that show much more localized variation. And for the second, at the bar chart, is used to try comparison. Green bars simulated minimum and maximum price yield from PIZ for each region, and red dots actual average yield from official local statistic, or BPS data. When we combine those two data, and then it shows that PIZ estimate align reasonably well with real-world data across regencies like Bandung, Surabaya, and Jakarta. And on the top of the right, we use almost 17 input data, including climate, soil properties, crop parameters, and the other data sources such as Copernicus, FAO, GIZ, and NASA. And at the right below, we can see the flowchart where we process all the data using PIZ. And finally, we can get some insight about why we use PIZ, because this system allows highly detailed and reliable modeling of potential and realistic rice yield across Java using PIZ tools. It is valuable for agricultural planning, land suitability assessment, and policy decision making. And for information, you can visit the official FAO resources. Next, please. Yeah. In this slide, we have three groups. We have exposure. Exposure are external stressors from environment that rice system has or are exposed to climate variables, hazard sources, and resolution. And then we have sensitivity. These are intrinsic characteristics of rice system that influence their susceptibility, such as rice yield potential, topography, socio-demographic, and other data sources from Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup. And then we use adaptive capacity. These are socioeconomic and infrastructure-related factors influencing the ability to adapt. We use accessibility, infrastructure, economy, education, source, and other sources as input data. While we discuss about this slide, we try to comprehend all vulnerability drivers, and we use vulnerability mapping approach combines climate, biophysical, and socio-economic variables to understand which rice growing area are at most risk and why. The fine spatial resolution and multi-sources input allow us for targeted policy and adaptation mitigate planning. Next, please. Yeah. We can see in this slide we have a spatial variability of rice farming vulnerability in Java, comparing condition to project 2030 under RCP 8.5, and we have sorry, the screen is blurred. And we can see from this slide that rice farming in Java already vulnerable, and this will likely worsen by 2030 under climate change. Area critical for rice production, especially in northern and central Java, face high exposure and low adaptive capacity, making them priority zone for climate adaptation strategies. Next, please. Finally, we have 3 points that will close this presentation. First is about PUA. PUA's major food contributors are prone to land conversion. The second is threat of urbanization. It makes land availability and rice farm conversion, mostly on high potential rice center. And the third, uneven magnitude of change in rainfall or precipitation, and also temperature. It needs of specific climate smart agriculture to tackle about this issue on the next year or in the next decade. I think that's the last for my presentation. I give it back to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Bagus, from your talking about your material, agribusiness, land cover, and livelihood. And we learned that land cover change is directly connected to agribusiness and people's livelihood, and geography helps us understand how environment and economy must be aligned for resilience. Okay, now may I invite the audience? Is there any question for Dr. Bagus, guys? If you have question, you can type in the chat box in the below. Please, if you have question. Cek, cek. Okay, Dr. Bagus, we have question in the chat box from Kusaini Wijayanto from UMY. Okay, good afternoon, Dr. Bagus Tiabudiwoho. Very interesting presentation. My name is Kusaini Wijayanto from UMY. I want to ask you a question. How can agribusiness development be aligned with land cover conservation to ensure both economic growth and ecological resilience in tropical regions?
Okay, thank you for the question. I would like to answer this question directly. Then, if we try to combine between agribusiness thing and sustainable or ecological area, and then we have to define first about uh, what exactly the target of agribusiness term in this point. I mean that you want to have some economic values from agribusiness, or we can put in balance between agribusiness and sustainable development. Because if we want to put in balance, so we have to get some issues about the problem in every area or every region. It means that we have to know about the resilience under the area that you want to build your agri-business project. So it means that we have to define all factors, all drivers that can get some problem or challenges in the future. I think that's my point for Mr. Wijayanto question.
Check. Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Maybe with the still waiting for the question. I have question. Oh, we have another question, Doctor, from Okta Fauzia from UMY. Hello, Dr. Bagus. It's good your presentation. My name is Okta Fauzia from UMY. I would like to ask you about with fewer young people interesting in the agricultural sector, what strategies can ensure strong future agriculture while also preserving biodiversity and promoting agribusiness?
Okay, Ms. Fauzia, thank you for your question. Do you mean millennial farmers? Yeah, I believe it relates to the millennial farmers because we have a problem about this. We have faced a problem when we try to get some what I can say is template. We try to make a crop for rice simulation in the paddy field, and when we try to get some farmers, mostly uh, they have another job. So we and then in that time we try to ask, is there any millennial farmers of the field in Sidoarjo? And then they answer no, because there is no millennial farmers in Sidoarjo. At the same time, in the few months ago, we have a program from Geography Department. We built a school for millennial farmers, and we try to combine geography curriculum to integrate with the agriculture curriculum. We try to initiate and stimulate uh, the students to know about how the agriculture can bring them to the good future. So I believe that if we can implement all strategies that we have and put it into the curriculum through the level something like a junior school, I believe that we can push their thing about agriculture that uh, will bring uh, will bring them or their family to the good economic level. So if we try to we try to get some insightful strategies, I believe that we can combine between all materials that we have in the universities and put it into the curriculum at senior or junior high school. And we can build something like little course, and we can use their time to introduce how to be a good millennial farmers using something like technologies, and we put some issue about how we can use technologies, something like IoT for smart agriculture in the next decade. I think that's my answer for Miss Fauzia's question.
Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. And maybe the last question from me. Okay, Doctor. Doctor, I'm curious, from your experience, do local communities see land cover change more as an opportunity or as a threat to their livelihood, Doctor? From your experience.
Mhm. And what is your question?
Local communities see land
Yeah.
cover change, more as a opportunity or a threat to their livelihood.
Okay. If we talk about land conversion, actually, communities cannot do anything because sometimes if the economic problem rises on his family or their family, so land use conversion, especially from rice field to the settlement, will grow. So that's why to reduce this trend, I believe that law and rules from government should be implemented because you know that we if someone will buy your land with a high price, and at the same time the farmers have trouble with their economic, and then they will mostly sell their land. So in this case, I stick to the how government could be regulators to prevent land conversion. I think that's my answer for your question. Maybe any other things that you can share?
Check. Okay, thank you very much, Doctor. Your presentation is really amazing, insightful, and comprehensive. Yeah. And are you still have any question, guys? If no, maybe for the Dr. Bagus session is finished. And before we officially close the session, let's just take a picture together with the Dr. Bagus. Please turn on your camera, guys, and show your best pose.
Okay, good to see you, everyone.
Okay, 1, 2, 3. One more again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, Doctor, thank you very much for your insightful presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Doctor. And all right. Alhamdulillah, all the session for today have been successfully completed. And on behalf of the commit, I certainly thank you to all of our speakers for their valuable contribution and all participants who have stayed with us until the final day. And this year's them resilient food system in the tropics, linking biodiversity and agribusiness, remind us that resilience is not only about surviving crises but also about building system they are inclusive, sustainable, and innovative. And as the moderator, sincerely apologize for any shortcoming in getting today's session. Okay. Please after this there will be announcement for the winners, guys. Best participant, best paper, and the most active participant. Yes. Okay, so stay tuned, guys. And all right, thank you very much for everyone. May this summer school bring knowledge, inspiration, and collaboration for a better tropical agriculture. From me in now, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes.
Thanks to the moderator who guided today's event. Thanks to the speaker who provide the best material and very useful knowledge. May all of us get the things coming from material itself.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is assignment information. So today's assignment is same like yesterday, which is fill out the form that the operator will send in the comment section. And then that will be as attendance for today. So if you're not fill out for the form, maybe you are not in attendance.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jindan, for the explanation. We kindly remind all participants not to forget to complete the assignment.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before we end the summer school on Tropical Agribusiness 2025, let us read the participants who contribute the best SI, best participant, most active participant, and best assignment session. Best participant goes to the first best participant is Rosidatul Mauliza Rungkit from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Second best participant Satrio Restu Adi from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The third best participant Waridat Umais Al Ayub from Politeknik Negeri Jember. The fourth best participant goes to Muhammad I Samura from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The fifth best participant goes to Intan Nur Aini from Universitas Muhammadiyah Purworejo. The sixth best participant goes to Korena Anakere from University Malaysia Terengganu. The seventh best participant goes to Wan Nurin Nashira binti Wimu Fauzi from University Sultan Zainal Abidin. And the best participant is Jindan from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
So, best SI kategori pertama Agriculture Technology. First, Renita Zulfaini dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. Second, Nafisa Syafitri dari Universitas Muhammadiyah Sumatera. Dan yang ketiga, Insinyur Margono dari IPB.
Best SI kategori Agriculture Economy goes to the first best SI Julita Nur Atifa from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The second best SI category Agriculture Economy goes to Nabilah Kinanti Azhar from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The best SI category Agriculture Economy goes to Cahya Ningrum Ari Surya, Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
Kategori General Agriculture. First, Anis Balkis binti Ahmad from Universitas Putra Malaysia. Second, Nur Alia Kistina from Universitas Sultan Zainal Abidin. The third, Siti Suhira binti Azlan from Universitas Sultan Zainal Abidin.
The best SI category Agri-Environment and Sustainability. The first best SI goes to Wan Nurin Nazaria from Uniza. The second best SI goes to Rizka Aula Ardila from UMY. The third best SI goes to Nur Syafibi binti Mohniza from Uniza.
Okay. Next, best segment day 1. The first, Satrio Restu Adi from Universitas Pajajaran. The second, Nafisa Syafitri from Universitas Muhammadiyah Sumatera Utara. The third, Ferry Doni Aprianto from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta.
The best assignment day 2. First best assignment day 2 goes to from IPB University. The second best assignment day goes to Renita Zulfai from Universitas Muhammadiyah Yogyakarta. The third best assignment day goes to Karina Anakere from University Putra Malaysia.
Next, box aktif partisipan. Novice Erins Jai from Universitas Kristen Satya Wacana.
We say congratulations for the participants. And we will see you again in the next year. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's program. On behalf of the committee, we sincerely apologize for any shortcomings in our words or conduct during today's event. Let us close the last day of the Summer School of Tropical Agribusiness 2025 by reciting Alhamdulillah together.
Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin.
Thank you very much for your kind attention. We look forward to see you again next year.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.